And if you're Jermall Charlo, I mean, one thing, you got to deal with the speed. I don't think he realized how quick Derevyenchenco is, and I think you get to see that once you're fighting against a guy like that. And then also seeing how he can get on the inside. And like I said, it's a feeling out process, and we're going to see the game plans really flourish and get adjusted as this fight goes on.
We'll see if Jermall Charlo and Sergey Derevyenchenko, who can implement their game plan. A right hand as Derevyenchenko starting to come forward.
And you saw trainer for Derevyenchenko, Andre Rozier, let him know, you got to stay low. And that's one of the key things. And that's what a lot of fighters don't really do against Jermall Charlo. As the fight goes on, you start to not use your legs. You start to stand up a little bit more. And that's where it opens up for that big shot. That big right hand for Jermall Charlo to utilize.
The reason why Rozier is telling Derevyenchenko to get low is because it makes it hard for Charlo to land upon Derevyenchenko. So he needs to be able to use his head movement to keep himself a hard target for Charlo to unload, because when Charlo hits you, that could be a concussive effect. There's a left hook by Charlo, but Derevyenchenko comes forward as we're just over the halfway point of the second.
And that could be maybe one of the weaknesses of Derevyenchenko's game, is the fact that he does get hit a lot. I mean, when you look at both the Jacobs fight and the Triple G fight, I mean, both guys had no problem tagging Derevyenchenko as they put him down in their opening rounds.
Well, can Charlo do the same to Sergey Derevyenchenko? Charlo wants to make a statement to prove that ultimately he is the best middleweight in the world. Well, he gets that opportunity to showcase some of his brilliance if he's successful against Derevyenchenko. Derevyenchenko very calm and relaxed in the first couple rounds, but I would give the edge to Charlo based on his work rate and the fact that he's busier than Derevyenchenko.
Yeah, he certainly is, Ray, and it's busier than what we're typically used to seeing Jermall. Especially in the earlier rounds, he likes to really get in a groove. By the 5th or 6th round, that's when he starts to let his hands go a little bit more. But as you're seeing, it's already set the second round, and he's throwing a lot more than what we're typically used to seeing him.
There's a left hook that missed by Derevyenchenko. Charlo, though, very relaxed in there. We're seeing quite a bit of poise from Charlo not to get overwhelmed and hold his ground against Sergey Derevyenchenko, and that ends the second. Let's take a look at the last 5 fights for Derevyenchenko. The loss at the hands of Gennady Golovkin, a victory over Jack Kolke. You were at that fight with Daniel Jacobs, split decision loss. Victory over Deshaun Johnson, and I was there when he defeated Toriano Johnson, finished him off in the 12th.
Yeah, exactly. I was at the Jacobs fight and the Kolke fight. Kolke, it's just clearly two guys in two different classes, and he really took care of business. Against Jacobs, I mean, I was there. I honestly felt like Derevyenchenko won that fight, and it came down, obviously, a split decision, and the difference was the fact that he got knocked down in that first round. And then when you look at Triple G, lost a unanimous decision. A lot of people felt like he was robbed from that fight. Some in boxing say that they are just looking to make the Canelo Triple G fight. And Derevyenchenko made it difficult, but they gave the fight to Triple G. But many felt that Derevyenchenko won that fight.
Round number 3 now. This one is scheduled for 12. Between Jermall Charlo and Sergey Derevyenchenko. Through 2 rounds, though, I would give a slight edge to Jermall Charlo based on his work rate.
Exactly. It's been a much better than what we're typically used to seeing him. He's not really a high volume puncher. He's one of the lower volume punchers in the middleweight division. Derevyenchenko on the higher end. But I think he realized coming into a fight against Derevyenchenko, he can't go with the typical game plan of just kind of sitting back, using the jab, and waiting for that big shot. You're going to have to do a lot more against a guy like Derevyenchenko.
Derevyenchenko with the right hand on the top of the head of Charlo, but Derevyenchenko's having some issues getting on the inside against Jermall Charlo because Charlo uses his height well, and also he's maintaining his distance during proper moments. He darts in when he needs to, and then it's just these subtle movements that Jermall Charlo is using that are playing a factor as he lands a right hand, followed by a left hook that missed by Charlo.
And I think another issue that Derevyenchenko's having with Charlo, other than Charlo's the bigger guy, the fact that every time Charlo throws, he's throwing with power behind it. He's not just, you know, typically when a fighter fights, you'll see guys just kind of throw the jab out there, just, you know, just the feeler, score some points. These are not like punches to score points. These are punches for knockouts that Charlo's throwing.
Overhand right by Derevyenchenko that landed. You mentioned that point. And Charlo back in 2017, or back in 2016, December of 2016, he actually rocked Julian Williams at 154 with the jab. There's a nice left hook by Charlo. And you're starting to see a little bit of a mouse underneath the left eye of Sergey Derevyenchenko.
And you can see just the power. I think Derevyenchenko is really feeling the power of Charlo right now. His face is starting to get a little bit red. Charlo's connecting on a couple of really clean shots, especially the left hooks are connecting. Derevyenchenko's really got to do a much better job at defending and not taking that many big shots, because that's eventually going to wear down in the later rounds.
Well, also, even the jabs are hard. I mean, just ask Julian Williams, as we pointed out, those jabs are stiff. A jab followed by a left hook to the body from Jermall Charlo.
One thing, Derevyenchenko, if he wants to really win this fight, he's got to find a way to get on the inside. You got to get to the body. That was a key factor. That's a key factor of Derevyenchenko's game, the fact that he can dig into the body and he throws a lot of body shots. He's not doing any of that right now against Charlo, and I think that's what many of us expected to come into this fight, was how was Charlo going to deal with that? Such
big right hand. He rocked Derevyenchenko. Derevyenchenko's hurt. A big right hand. Wobble Derevyenchenko to end the third. What a round. What a close to the round by Charlo.
You gotta let your hands fall now. You hear me? Don't stand
right here, we're seeing it as you hear.
Take a deep breath, relax. Right.
As I mentioned, swelling underneath that left eye of Sergey Derevyenchenko.
Angle with the jab. Circle, body, and then up.
Let's take a look at. There's that right hand, boom, on the button.
Right, the hook shot on the side of the head again messes with the equilibrium. Charlo almost was able to finish it off with that left hook, just didn't have enough time to put Derevyenchenko on the mat. Props to Derevyenchenko for just keeping his balance and not having at least a glove touch the mat, because right there, regardless of whether he wasn't going to get finished, that's a point. That's a 10-8 round compared to a 10-9 round.
Well, it was the right hand on the side of the head that hurt him, that wobbled him. It was on the right side of the temple, and then Charlo landed a left hook. I'm surprised, and that just goes to show you the chin that Derevyenchenko has not to go down from either punch.
But there we see, I think Derevyenchenko, like I was saying, he's feeling the power of Charlo. This is a different breed of power that Charlo has, and I think Derevyenchenko, you can see it's hurting.
Charlo looks fantastic. We've seen him look really good before, but he's starting to look the best in his career.
Right there, left uppercut by Charlo, and he's really connecting flush. These shots are getting cleaner and cleaner, and that's not good for Derevyenchenko. And as you heard his corner, Andre Rosario let him know.
Left hook that buckled Derevyenchenko.
We need higher output. There's no more feeling out process anymore. We got to go, because he's starting to see Charlo getting the better of Derevyenchenko.
And listen, the fact that Charlo, I have winning the first 3 rounds, Charlo continues to pile up these rounds and put them in the bank. And Derevyenchenko knows all too well what it's like to try to come from behind in a world title fight.
Yeah, these are a lot of big shots that Derevyenchenko's taken, and I think Charlo smells blood in the water. He feels that he's only a couple more big shots away from putting Derevyenchenko.
When have you ever seen Derevyenchenko tie up in that regard and initiate it?
No, I mean, if you watch the Triple G fight, he was coming forward and walking through everything Triple G was throwing. And as we know, Triple G is one of the most powerful punchers in the middleweight division. And to walk through Triple G, the shots that he was walking through, I expected a little bit more resistance, but again, like I was saying, and I've been saying, Charlo's a different breed. His power, he's in his prime, he's ready, he's 30 years old, and he's looking to prove everyone wrong in this fight, and he's going to use Derevyenchenko as an example, and so far he's doing that.
And he has very good fundamentals under a minute to go in the 4th round. He has solid fundamentals. Everything with Jermall comes off the jab.
And he doesn't leave himself open that much after he throws his punches. He's got surprisingly very good defense that I don't think is talked about enough, even though Derevyenchenco was able to get the overhand right.
Well, Charlo had his chin tested right now. A sharp right hand from Derevyenchenko, and then he spins around, tries to land an uppercut. Now, Charlo willing to go toe-to-toe for that brief moment.
You see, again, just after the action calms down from a little skirmish like that, then Derevyenchenko gets a stiff jab in his face. That is not pretty. It probably won't knock you out, but...
Well, it's going to upset you, and it's going to, mess up your face to a degree. We are a third of the way through, and Derevyenchenko breathing heavy going to the corner as he is under the guidance of Andre Rozier.
Right
Take
here,
a look
left uppercut. It was overhand right and then flush again on the chin. Like I was saying, Derevyenchenko can't take too many more of these clean shots from a guy like Charlo. And then, as we're seeing the uppercut by Charlo getting through the defense of Derevyenchenko, it is going to take its toll on him in the later rounds. And you're already starting to see, as we saw them break for the round, how that big gasp of air that Derevyenchenko had to take.
Let's take a look at the last 5 fights for Jermall Charlo. That was actually a victory. He's undefeated, so that's a victory over George Highland. A couple unanimous decision victories against Matt Korboff and Brandon Adams in his hometown of Houston, and then the 7th round TKO over Dennis Hogan.
Yeah, I think a lot of people, where a lot of the criticism comes against Charlo from the critics, besides the fact that, he hasn't fought the guys, is he's had less than inspiring efforts against guys like Brandon Adams and Matt Korboff, who some even said that Korboff should have gotten a better shake in that fight. But again, Charlo, he's up for this big fight. Those guys, he still won those fights. Yes, he didn't knock them out like he typically does, but he's got the power, he's got the skill. He just hasn't been given the credit, and right now, he's proven everyone why he's the top guy in the middleweight division as the WBC World Champion.
Well, he's having no issues thus far, but again, we are just in the first third of the fight, so we can't count out Derevyenchenko, but Derevyenchenko looks a little bit...
He's got to adjust the game plan.
He does. He's got to be able to change, but Charlo, though, looks almost unflappable. And in the victory over Brandon Adams, in the victory over Matt Korboff, sometimes guys are just so durable that no matter what you hit them with, they're just going to keep coming forward. And that's what happened when he came to Korboff. And, some point at that fight and say, look, he fought a legitimate middleweight in that fight. And even though Charlo won, people are starting to kind of dismiss the brilliance and the middleweight qualities of Jermall Charlo. And tonight, he is proving those naysayers wrong thus far.
Yeah, how many guys have been able to do against Derevyenchenko? You didn't see Jacobs do that. You didn't see Triple G do that. Just the fact of the shots that they hit him with, and really just dominating so far through the early portion of this fight. Now, again, like you said, Derevyenchenko still has plenty of time to correct those mistakes, change up the game plan a little bit. He's got to throw more punches. That's what we were expecting, a higher output, as you see Derevyenchenko really starting to dirty the fight up a little bit, getting on the inside.
Well, now Derevyenchenko, left hook, followed by a right. Charlo fighting with his back off the ropes. Uses that jab. I believe now there's some swelling underneath that left eye of Sergey Derevyenchenko. Now a cut outside of the right eye of Derevyenchenko. So Charlo's starting to bust up the face of the Ukrainian Olympian and Sergey Derevyenchenko.
One thing we're seeing with Jermall is when Derevyenchenko gets on the inside, he's not really panicking. He's not looking to get away. He's almost inviting it. And he's fighting right there with them, toe-to-toe against Derevyenchenko.
As he's doing right now, Charlo with his back on the ropes uses a nice jab followed by an uppercut. Does Charlo a chopping right hand as Derevyenchenko advances forward. But Jermall Charlo looks fantastic here tonight. Derevyenchenko starting to come forward. A left hook to the body by Derevyenchenko. We're headed towards the 6th.
No problem. About that. Nice and relax. Everybody relax. Okay, that's a better round. Technician. When you get inside, you have to punch through. Okay? Just lay on him and be rough. Don't be nice. And stop headhunting you right there. Go to the body. You can't miss the body shots when you're there, okay? Take a deep breath, relax. Son, box, Sergey. Use muggy, man. Don't reach with the punches. You reach it. Don't reach. You hear me? That's desperation move. Don't use muggy. In and out. Let's go. Don't reach for the shot. You hear me?
Take a look at some of the action, Miguel, from the 5th.
And right there, left hook. I think that was the shot that might have opened up the cut over the right eye of Derevyenchenco by Jermall. It wasn't a big shot, but it grazed that eyebrow, and I think that may have been where the cut opened up. But Andre Rozier with great instructions to Derevyenchenco. This was a fight that we thought he was going to go to the body, and that's where you heard Rozier. He said, go to the body. You can't miss the body. The body doesn't move. And as we're seeing, Derevyenchenko's surprisingly been headhunting, as his corner was telling him, and he said it was a great couple shots right there by Derevyenchenko. But when you're going to the body, eventually the head opens up.
No question about it. We'll see if Derevyenchenko can try to get that going here. But right now, Jermall Charlo looks so well conditioned. Watching them train last week in Houston, he is in impeccable shape. He said, after this fight, I want more of the biggest names in boxing. And Sergey Derevyenchenko knows he has his hands full. This is the 3rd time he's challenging for a world title. There's an overhand right that connected by Derevyenchenko, followed by a left hook.
This is better from Derevyenchenko. He's starting to connect more. He's setting it up by going to the body first, which is what his trainer, Andre Rozier, was letting him know. When you go to the body, then everything opens up. You got more options.
We're nearing 100 seconds to go here in this 6th round. They both tie up. RV Doc will separate the two. But again, going back to the jab is Jermall Charlo. When I asked Ronnie Shields last week about the fact that Ronnie has trained the likes of Pernell Whitaker, Evander Holyfield, I go, how does Jermall Charlo stand amongst those? He goes, Jermall Charlo works so hard, and sometimes I have to kick him out of his gym. I'll call him on the phone and say, what are you doing? And he said, oh, I'm out running. He goes, what are you doing running? I want you to rest. This guy is constantly working to try to get better.
And it's showing so far in this fight. This is the best I've ever seen Jermall Charlo. Derevyenchenko is, as you see, starting to adjust a little bit better. But Charlo right there still has been unfazed. Really hasn't been hit that much by Derevyenchenko.
I mean, I have it a shut up. Maybe you can give one round to Derevyenchenko, but so far it is Jermall Charlo using his jab. I like how he mixes in his uppercuts as well. And then obviously that right hand has been a weapon of choice for Jermall Charlo since the very beginning.
And where you see the most success when it comes to Derevyenchenko is when he's digging into the body. That prevents Jermall from really exploding in his typical combinations because he's worrying about the body. And then Derevyenchenko's able to come upstairs, but it's been few and far between.
Nice right to the body. Charlo now investing into the body work. And now Derevyenchenko bleeding above his right eye, and that could be problematic for the Ukrainian. We're done with the first half of the fight. Some extracurriculars as the bell sounds.
Folks, leave a like, please. Thank you very much on YouTube or Twitch, whatever you're watching. And let me know what commentary you guys want to watch. Because I have both running. At the same time, I'm letting them Charlo now because I think it's more important than prelims and UFC. But when the UFC starts, I will be switching to UFC. So it's up to you. I got both. I'm watching both. Whatever you guys want to watch, listen to it. I will put on.
Take a look at some of the action from the 6th again.
This was a better round from Derevyenchenko. He was really starting to put his will on Jermall Charlo a little bit more. typically what we saw, Jermall again with a big uppercut. Derevyenchenko, I don't know how many more big shots he's going to take. Took a couple more in that round, but it was better from Derevyenchenko. He was put, like Ronnie Shields was saying to Jermall, he didn't like the fact that Derevyenchenko was pushing him up against the ropes and digging into that body that allowed him to open up some more stuff. He wants Jermall to use the jab more, 1-2, and just keep it consistent. Once you feel the ropes, get off the ropes, because that's what Derevyenchenko wants.
We'll see if Charlo can continue to follow that game plan. He said the 1-2, meaning the jab followed by the right hand. Basic fundamentals is what Jermall Charlo has been able to do. He snuck in an overhand right, whereas if you're Derevyenchenko, he's got to be able to cut off the ring, get on the inside, and attack the body of Jermall Charlo. But as Derevyenchenko comes forward, and a little bit he was off balance, was Derevyenchenko. As Derevyenchenko comes forward, Charlo is able to use pinpoint accuracy to land upon Derevyenchenko. Derevyenchenko's face is getting busted up. His right eye, outside of his right eye, on the eyelid or on the eyebrow is bleeding, and I think that's starting to affect the vision of Derevyenchenko.
No guy wants to see their own blood, and especially with how much it's coming out of Derevyenchenko's face, it does impair the vision. It makes it difficult during a round, and as you see that, you know, Derevyenchenko he's breathing hard, and Jermall, you know, as a fighter, especially like Jermall, as you see Derevyenchenko is really starting to unload, but a guy like Jermall, when you see that on a fighter, you're looking for that finisher.
There's a left hook on the inside. Derevyenchenko coming forward. His face is starting to, and he wipes off the blood outside of that right eye. You could tell it is affecting the Ukrainian Olympian and world title challenger as we approach a minute to go. Nice jab to the abdomen by Jermall Charlo. Charlo's showing a lot of different facets to his game. Pure boxing ability, the power, attacking the body, very solid defense against a power puncher in Derevyenchenko.
It just looks like Jermall's breaking down Derevyenchenko. It looks almost as if with every punch that Jermall throws, it takes a little bit out of Derevyenchenko.
Well, even going back to the fourth round, Derevyenchenko was breathing heavy, and that just continues because of how much energy he's expounding to try to gain some offense and generate offense. Charlo sticks that jab right in his face, and the face of Derevyenchenko is starting to swell considerably. Now blood from the left eye of Derevyenchenko.
Yeah, Jermall's just really, he's creating artwork right now on Derevyenchenko's face.
And that ends the seventh. The Jermall Charlo show continues.
That's what I'm talking about, man. I need some more water, guys. Give me a deep breath, let him out slow.
Boxing, get where you want to get to. Don't fall into shots.
You hear me?
All right. Don't you reach for he's in trouble, but you head hunting hard to the body when you get inside. Don't head hunting. Throw the uppercut in the middle of it. Okay. All right? When you get close, body uppercut, then hook. So you use the legs.
Let's take a look at some of the action we get from the seventh.
Right here, Derevyenchenko is doing what he does best, getting on the inside, pushing up Jermall against the ropes. And right there, that was when Ronnie Shields lets Jermall know, you know, when you feel you're on the ropes, that's where he wants you. Get off, roll out, and reset.
Jermall Charlo in total control as Derevyenchenko coming forward, but back comes Charlo with the jab. Everything with the Houston native starts with the jab, and then he places that right hand. He has good defense. Derevyenchenko came forward, Charlo covered up, and now threw again with that right cross.
And Jermall, again, just continuing to up the punches, really putting it on Derevyenchenko. I think Jermall wants the knockout. I don't think he'll be satisfied if this goes to decision.
To be honest with you, I think Jermall Charlo felt disrespected when it came to how close the odds were. He wasn't even a 2-to-1 favorite coming into this fight. He said, look, I'm undefeated. I wanted to fight the best in the division. No one wants to fight me. I'm glad Derevyenchenko's willing to fight me, but I'm going to prove to everybody that I'm the best middleweight in the world. Nice right hand, a scorching shot.
And that was followed up by Derevyenchenko. And you got to give a lot of credit to Derevyenchenko. He's eaten a lot of shots, but now he's starting to come forward more. And, you know, that just goes to show the heart that he has. And really, he's putting it on Jermall here in this round. And this might be the best little flurry that we've seen from Derevyenchenko all fight.
Derevyenchenko trying to swing the momentum in his favor, at least get something going to grow his confidence, but he gets tagged with the right hand, followed by a right uppercut just over the halfway point of the 8th. But Derevyenchenko really coming forward, trying to throw caution to the wind, is the 34-year-old, but both eyes are swelling considerably from Sergey Derevyenchenko.
And if you're Jermall, you have so many rounds racked up, you might just weather the storm, keep them at a distance, continue to use the jab.
But if you're Charlo, you can't get too careless and sit in the pocket too long against Derevyenchenko because he can make you pay. Both eyes swelling, both eyes cut for Derevyenchenko. And the swelling is going to impair the vision of Derevyenchenko as the fight progresses.
One of the things I've noticed so far in this fight, too, is it is so hard to move Jermall off his spot. When he plants, it's so hard to get him to move and really dictate the pace of the fight, as you see Jermall has really dictated the entire pace. Usually we're used to seeing Derevyenchenko kind of move guys and be able to dictate where the fight's going to go. He hasn't been able to do that tonight.
Charlo holds his ground, as you pointed out so eloquently. He does not give up precious real estate in that ring. Final moments of the 8th. Big right hand that buckled Derevyenchenko. Derevyenchenko goes backwards. He was hurt. Now Charlo going on the attack as we near the end of the 8th. Oh my goodness, what a big shot from Jermall Charlo.
And that's really unfortunate for Derevyenchenko, because that was probably looking like his best round so far up until the final 10 seconds.
Technician, you pulling up too hard, baby. You got to sit down. You pulling up high, and that's when you get hit with those shots.
Right here, going through the body. Derevyenchenko doing a nice job again as pressuring Jermall, keeping him on the ropes, going into the body, making it a little dirty, not allowing Jermall to extend. And right here, I believe this is the right there. And that buckled Derevyenchenko right there as he continued to come forward. Right here's the shot. He set it up with the jab, a simple 1-2, and then right over the top as Derevyenchenko was pretty much almost standing. As you heard his corner, Andre Rosario, let him know, like, you cannot stand against this man.
No, I agree with you wholeheartedly, Miguel. And if you're Derevyenchenko's got to cut off the ring better. But you know what? Derevyenchenko's giving a wonderful account of himself.
Not many guys would keep standing after some of the shots that Charlos hit him with. A lot of guys go down.
There's a stiff jab by Jermall Charlo. Derevyenchenko trying to get on the inside.
If you're Derevyenchenko right now, you're going to have to find a way to take some risks. You're going to leave yourself open, but you're coming to the point in the fight where you have to empty the bag. Everything that you train for, in order to be a world champion, you're going to have to finish Charlo.
Well, you know what? Derevyenchenko, there's a big right hand snapping back the head of Sergey Derevyenchenko. Derevyenchenko's eyes are swelling. He gets lit up with the right hand.
And Charlo's just starting to time these perfectly.
Just over the halfway point of the 9th. What an excellent fight here. Stiff jab by Charlo. There's a nice right uppercut by Jermall Charlo.
And again, Derevyenchenko's waiting too much. He's not throwing enough at this point in the fight.
Nice left hook by Derevyenchenko. As Derevyenchenko coming forward, he eats a couple of shots. Derevyenchenko is making this a close fight, Miguel. Make no mistake about it. Charlo, I thought, was starting to gather himself and really was looking good. But man, oh man, is Derevyenchenko bringing a heck of a fight. And he gets eaten up with a big shot from Jermall Charlo.
He's got heart, and I mean, if you didn't know that after watching some of his last couple of fights, you know, this guy is not
big right
easy.
hand by Charlo.
He is not easy to put away. But Jermall will take it.
Take a look at some of the action. There's that big uppercut.
And right there, just the flailing, that's what Derevyenchenko's corner was letting him know. Stop reaching, stop flailing, go to the body. Once you reach, you leave yourself open, and you can't do that against Jermall.
Okay. Stay put him in a neutral corner. Let the 1-2s go and then come under with the sneasel. You hear me?
All right? You got to get a little bit back on the side. When you get there, bang, 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 and step around him.
So remember the jab? The sneasel.
Seconds out.
Spaloon.
Let's go.
Spaloon.
Derevyenchenko in a bit of a catch-22.
I'm going to put you in a neutral corner for a second.
Because of the trouble with his left.
Hang on.
Time.
Right here.
Time being called.
Charlo power alley. And let's see what the doctor says here.
Good.
Time in. Box. Round number 10. Scheduled for 12. Jermall Charlo.
Round 10, this one's scheduled for 12 between Jermall Charlo and Sergey Derevyenchenko. Again, I think Derevyenchenko's starting to make this a closer fight. There's a left hook. Overhand right by Charlo, but back comes Derevyenchenko.
And that's one thing we in Derevyenchenko's fights is he is a slow starter. It's hard to be that way, and sometimes in championship bouts, you can't be a slow starter because, as we've seen in his last couple of fights with Triple G, Danny Jacobs, it comes down to 1 or 2 rounds, and that may be on the early portion of that fight. And so far, Jermall was able to rack up a couple of early rounds rather easily. It wasn't until a little over halfway of the fight that you're really starting to see Derevyenchenko get the better of Charlo, connect more, even though Charlo still has that power and is still connecting flush on Derevyenchenko.
With Derevyenchenko coming forward, Charlo is starting to give up some of that real estate, as you pointed out, Miguel. You mentioned that he held his ground, but now it is Derevyenchenko who's coming forward. And how this guy is able to dig down deep with both of his eyes almost swollen shut is unbeknownst to me. Halfway mark of the 10th round. I think this is a little bit closer than what we thought earlier in the fight.
Yeah, it was looking like it was going to be a total domination, and then Derevyenchenko, as what he always does, you know, that's why he's top 5 in the division.
Oh, nice shot, short shots with that right hand from Jake Matthews.
Matthews has done a great job maximizing these ground strikes. 3.5 minutes to go.
There's no light for me. See ya.
You see Jason Herzog really trying to take a look at that eyebrow, make sure that Diego's all right. Because look at the puddle already forming around them.
Looks like Matthews appears content to chase a finish from here. You'd get up, huh?
Yeah, hey, listen, I'm not in there. I'm not feeling the things he's feeling. So, but you're giving Diego right now, I see that he's already swinging his hips, starting to look for submissions from the bottom. You're giving him a chance to stay in this fight when you stay in his guard. I would not have accepted that. I would have tried to stand up. Now he's hunting for a guillotine. I'm not saying he's going to get any of these things, but you're letting him stay in the fight. And as a competitor, I would have wanted to stay up, work him on his feet. You've been dropping him and countering him beautifully throughout the fight.
Right hand lands for Matthews after Sanchez threw an elbow from his back.
Seeing Diego doing a good job here, at least creating space. Now here's where I would say if I'm Matthews, I say, all right, let's stand back up, or at least get back into a position on the ground where you can dominate without a chance of Diego being able to throw submissions or even just hold you there and stall. See, right, because now you go from you almost had an exciting finish to grinding it out on the ground here and giving your opponent plenty of time to recover.
Cracking right hand there from Jake Matthews. Matthews came in riding a streak as good as any in his UFC career. Of course, from a betting perspective, this is a fight he's supposed to win and dominate on paper.
And he is. Yep, he is dominating. Absolutely. And he's doing his job. And I'm not discounting him going to the ground. Jake Matthews is a fantastic grappler, and he's got great ground and pound. But look, this is where funky things happen. You never know. Oh my goodness gracious.
Some serious hammer fists. Sanchez trying to stay in this fight somehow, some way.
Look for an arm, John.
Kick him in the face. He's down.
There he goes. He's got a hold of that arm. I can't see how deep that arm is, but okay, the elbow is past. His elbow is out. That doesn't mean Diego can't work his way to get it back in there or switch it to something else. So apply a triangle. There's options for Diego here.
All right, let us check in on the red corner now of Diego Sanchez.
Let's go. Let's go, Nightmare. Switch it to triangle. Diego. Let him pull out. Triangle, triangle.
Diego, listen.
Keep moving.
To Stephan Bonner there, listening to switch to a triangle. Sorry, I interrupted him there, but
Gotta keep working, fight on top.
you see that's what can happen here on the ground. Diego is a black belt, and he's been a grappler for a long time.
Be ready. Be ready.
Sanchez showing you all the physical toughness that has come to define his UFC career. But it's been all Jake Matthews in this one.
Go the cage, fighter.
Matthews trying to finish the show here late. Sanchez trying to avoid that fate. Final seconds now. All right, so Diego Sanchez and Jake Matthews go the distance. Matthews looking good for a third consecutive win. We'll get to the scorecards after this as we continue live from Abu Dhabi.
For over 75 years, feds and their families have relied on WAPA for the security of group term life insurance. If you're a civilian federal employee under age 50, you may qualify for a special limited time offer, $100,000 in guaranteed issue coverage with no medical exam. No questions asked. Apply at WAPA.org/100K. This offer expires on November 8, 2020. WAPA, life insurance for feds, by feds.
All right, movie time. Chris, can you go get snacks? Sam, turn the heat up.
Turn up the heat.
Chris, can you go get Dad? Sam, get the lights.
Dim lights.
Sam, find us a movie.
I'll get it, Mom. Boss baby.
Sam, can you let the dog in, please? Yeah, thank you.
Now you can control your lights, thermostat, and more with your voice. Learn more about home life at cox.com/learn.
Sports Center tonight with Kenny Mayne and John Anderson. They'll have reaction from all the Saturday thrillers around college football. Plus, inside LeBron and the Lakers' quest to return to the NBA Finals and breaking down UFC 253, Adesanya versus Costa. Sports Center after college football, right here on ESPN and the ESPN app. All right, now it is time for the fight decision. It's brought to you by DAV, Disabled American Veterans, keeping our promise to America's veterans. With those scorecards is Bruce Buffer.
Ladies and gentlemen, after 3 rounds, we go to the judges' scorecards for decision. All 3 judges score this contest 30-26 for the winner by unanimous decision, Jake the Celtic Kid Matthews.
All right, I'm here with your winner, Jake Matthews, who continues his welterweight momentum here tonight. Congrats on a big win. You add a legendary scalp to the resume. How do you feel?
I just beat Diego Sanchez. That's pretty surreal. I said before the fight, I'll wait till after, let it sink in, and it's definitely sinking in now. So I've said it before, I was 11 years old in my lounge room watching The Ultimate Fighter 1 when Diego won, and now I just had the honor of fighting him, so it's awesome.
I know what this means to you. I also know that at 26 years old, you've accomplished a tremendous amount inside this UFC octagon. Was this the type of fight you expected against Diego tonight?
To be honest, we didn't know who was coming in. I think only Diego knows who's going to come into the octagon. It was either going to be this style or he's going to try and take me down and, put a lot of pressure. But his style fell right into our game plan, so it worked out well.
This was a fight the odds makers expected you to dominate. You certainly did just that. You've got 3 straight wins, 6-1 since moving back up. Any idea when you'd like to grace this proven ground next?
Whenever the matchmakers want me, we've always left it up to them, and they've always done well by me. So leave it up to the matchmakers. If we can push towards the top 15 rank spot, that'd be awesome. If not, give me another legend. I'll have to change my nickname to the Legend Killer, I reckon.
There you go. You've certainly earned that opportunity to get home to your baby girl. Congrats on a big one tonight. Ladies and gentlemen, your winner, the Celtic Kid, Jake Matthews.
Big win there for Jake Matthews, taking out an absolute legend in Diego Sanchez, the Nightmare. He brought it, and now a look at the post-fight stats brought to you by Progressive Insurance, and you can see here it was complete dominance there from Jake Matthews. I thought he had a finish for a second, busted Diego up very badly, but you still see Diego was still fighting from the bottom and still has some competitiveness in him, but that's a big win for the young man there, Jake Matthews.
And just nice to see how happy he was to get a win over Diego Sanchez, one that will certainly age gracefully for the now 10-time UFC winner, Jake Matthews. All right, now to get you ready for our final prelim of the night, we check back in with Megan O'Leary. MJ.
Hey, thank you so much, John. Well, up next, it's our featured prelim, and it's a big one at lightweight. Former kickboxing world champ Brad Riddell boasts a 5-fight win streak heading into this fight and looks to represent his team, City Kickboxing, with a statement win here tonight. But he has a tough task ahead of him in the form of Alex De Silva. 20 of Leco's 21 career victories have come by way of finish, with 17 in the very first round. Should be an exciting matchup in our featured prelim tonight. And now, a message from some of the UFC's finest to our country's veterans, brought to you by DAV, Disabled American Veterans.
Congratulations, DAV, on your 100th anniversary.
Thank you for helping American veterans get the benefits they earned and deserved.
Thank you, DAV, for supporting more victories for veterans.
All right, movie time. Chris, can you go get snacks? Sam, turn the heat up.
Turn up the heat.
Chris, can you go get Dad? Sam, get the lights.
Dim lights.
Sam, find us a movie.
I'll get him, Mom. Boss baby.
Sam, can you let the dog in, please? Yeah, thank you.
Now you can control your lights, thermostat, and more with your voice. Learn more about home life at cox.com/learn.
For over 75 years, feds and their families have relied on WAPA for the security of group term life insurance. If you're a civilian federal employee under age 50, you may qualify for a special limited time offer. $100,000 in guaranteed issue coverage with no medical exam. No questions asked. Apply at wapa.org/100K. This offer expires on November 8, 2020. WAPA, life insurance for feds, by feds.
On the short list of the scariest knockout artists in the UFC, enter Paulo Costa.
He clips her.
Wow. This kid's coming, man.
Goes home. That's it. Paulo Costa does it again.
Now is a new time. I will be the next legend from Brazil in UFC.
Well, it will not be long now, folks. About 27 minutes until we go live on pay-per-view for UFC 253, Adesanya versus Costa. But now, winner of 21 of his 23 pro bouts, Alex De Silva is accustomed to getting his hand raised, but to get it done tonight, he'll have to swim in deep waters with the rising New Zealand star, Brad Riddell. Well, it was a big night in Uruguay last summer as Brazilian lightweight phenom Alex De Silva earned his first UFC win over Kazula Vargas. And while it was the first time Lecco had gone the distance after finishing his first 20 pro wins, De Silva will be chasing an early end to matters tonight when he takes on New Zealand's Brad Riddell. Unbeaten in 2 UFC starts thus far. Fight of the night honors against Jamie Malarkey and then another win over highly regarded Magomed Mustafayev. Riddell's confidence has never been higher as he looks to take his career to the next level tonight. Coming up next, Brad "Quake" Riddell takes on Alex "Lecco" De Silva.
Many of us are still working from home and sharing the space with our co-workers. Co-workers who borrow supplies and have attended every meeting. A gift can help. And now, when you shop online or pay with contactless using MasterCard at grocery stores, MasterCard will donate to Stand Up to Cancer, 1 precious cent at a time, up to $4 million. So treat your co-worker and start something priceless.
Our new McDonald's Spicy Chicken McNuggets are just the right amount of spicy. A medium Sprite kind of spicy. But if you get the mighty hot sauce, well, good luck. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba.
Does scrubbing grease feel like a workout? Scrub less with Dawn Ultra. Its superior grease cleaning formula gets to work faster, making easy work of tough messes. Dawn is a go-to grease cleaner throughout the kitchen, too. Keep a bottle in the laundry room to pre-treat greasy stains. And keep Dawn in the garage to lift grease off car rims. It's even gentle enough to clean wildlife affected by oil. Dawn's grease cleaning power takes care of tough grease wherever it shows up. Scrub less, save more with Dawn.
Add some resistance. Sarah, your Movie Plus trial is about to expire. Do you want to continue or cancel?
Capital One knows life doesn't update you about your credit card. So meet Eno, the Capital One assistant that looks out for charges that might surprise you and helps you fix them. Another way Capital One is watching out for your money when you're not. What's in your wallet?
All right, movie time. Chris, can you go get snacks? Sam, turn the heat up.
Turn up the heat.
Chris, can you go get Dad? Sam, get the lights.
Dim lights.
Sam, find us a movie.
I'll get it, Mom. Boss baby.
Sam, can you let the dog in, please? Yeah, thank you.
Now you can control your lights, thermostat, and more with your voice. Learn more about home life at cox.com/learn.
Our new McDonald's Spicy Chicken McNuggets are just the right amount of spicy. A medium Sprite kind of spicy. But if you get the mighty hot sauce, well, good luck. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba.
Eastern's Automotive Group is committed to supporting our community. Since 1988, we've sold cars to the hardworking men and women of D.C., Maryland, and Virginia. We serve our community because we are this community, and we're proud to call it home.
All right, this Tail of the Tape is brought to you by Toyo Tires, the official tire of the UFC. New Zealand's Brad Riddell is 28. Brazilian Alex De Silva still just 24. De Silva taller by an inch. He will have a 2-inch reach advantage. All right, now to get you primed for the featured prelim, here's Bruce Butler.
Ladies and gentlemen, this fight is 3 rounds in the UFC lightweight division. Introducing first, fighting out of the blue corner, a striker holding a professional record, 21 wins, 2 losses. He stands 5 feet 8 inches tall, weighing in at 156 pounds. Fighting out of Balneario Camboriú, Santa Catarina, Brazil, Alex "Lecco" De Silva. And now introducing his opponent, Fighting out of the red corner, a striker holding a professional record, 8 wins, 1 loss. He stands 5 feet 7 inches tall, weighing in at 156 pounds. Fighting out of Auckland, New Zealand, by way of Christchurch, New Zealand, Brad "Quake" Riddell. And when the action begins, our referee in charge, Lucas Osaki.
No surprise to see the UFC featherweight champion Alex Volkanovski chiming in, intently watching Brad Riddell tonight. Thank you very much, Red De La Cruz. Brad Riddell, a minus 320 betting favorite per Caesars William Hill, taking on the plus 260 dog Alex De Silva. This fight clock is brought to you by Toyo Tires, the official tire of the UFC.
I told you these guys are going to bring it right away.
Oh, beautiful combination from De Silva.
Yeah, really clipped Brad Riddell with that left hook. And watch the kicking game of De Silva as well. Nice combination there from Riddell.
Riddell was looking for a fight ender with that left hook, now works off with a jab, and nice footwork by Riddell to avoid that De Silva offering. Calf kick lands for Brad Riddell. Pretty good entry from De Silva, and he gets his first takedown of the fight.
Very good timing there. And that was just smart. You know, you get into this bit of a firefight, you get your opponent thinking, all right, yeah, we're going to go for it, we're going to throw leather, and then perfect timing on that takedown. And that's what I like about De Silva. He can do that. He can stand on the feet and make it a Muay Thai kickboxing, you know, back and forth battle. Or he can do this and start looking for submissions as well.
And what we were talking about while some of our viewers were in commercial break, just the depth of this lightweight division is such that you got 2 guys here on the outside of the top 15 looking in, 21-2 versus 8-1.
Yeah, absolutely. And we're seeing that more and more, especially in the lightweight division in the UFC. These guys, any one of these guys could go and face somebody in the top 15, top 10 and do very well and end up being ranked. It's just, you've got to pay your dues. You got to put in your time to get there. And that's how it happens, man. It's tough. It takes people forever to get ranked in this division.
Well, nice for these guys to be on the right side of 30. Riddell will be 29 next Wednesday.
Yeah,
he did not realize that when I reminded him. 25 finishes in 29 combined wins for Riddell and De Silva.
Yeah, amazing for De Silva to be his age and have accumulated the amount of experience in fights and the record. I mean, 21-2, that's just impressive. Especially with the amount of finishes on that record, John.
And especially when you were born in 1996.
Yeah, let's not talk about it.
Hey, man.
We're feeling old in here.
At least you were born in the 80s, bro. So De Silva at his pressuring best here early. Riddell draws such high praise for his work ethic, the intensity of his training.
And he's doing a really nice job here, fighting the hands, getting back up to his feet. Because De Silva had perfect positioning there, but Brad Riddell just slowly but surely worked his way to the fence and got himself back up, and now he's really going to push and try to hip into these hands, but at the same time be careful that it doesn't get hoisted up and mat returned there by De Silva. And De Silva's trying. He's trying to figure out a way to get around him and get that hook in and just try to put his weight on him and drag him back down to the mat. There he goes. And Riddell right back up, or almost partially on a knee.
Heavy knee from De Silva to the back of that right leg of Brad Riddell. Well, UFC Fight Pass is the new home for the UFC Unfiltered video podcast. This week, Jim Norton and Matt Serra are joined by UFC 253 headliners Israel Adesanya and Paulo Costa. Sign up and watch today.
Nice work here now. De Silva trying to get a hook in, but Brad Riddell all over it. Nice job, reverses him back up against the fence here. This is good work from Riddell. He did not accept those positions on the mat with De Silva at any point. Now he's back on his feet and able to strike again.
Nice job by De Silva to point those toes to the midsection. Now misses on the head kick. Riddell's father won an award in New Zealand that has only been handed out 3 times in 100 years, essentially awarded to a man or woman who has total disregard for their own life with the hope of helping others. I got to bail on the story because we might have a choke here, Paul.
Yeah, well, we do. That's pretty tight, and he's going to end up reversing it. Nice job from Riddell to keep fighting it. He got some space now. Now he's got a bit of space. He's trying to hook around that leg of De Silva. He's still in trouble, and these are the kind of chokes that De Silva likes to hunt.
All right, a competitive first round, but a strong start for the Brazilian. Round 2. Yours next.
All right, movie time. Chris, can you go get snacks? Sam, turn the heat up.
Turn up the heat.
Chris, can you go get Dad? Sam, get the lights.
Dim lights.
Sam, find us a movie.
I'll get him, Mom. Boss baby.
Sam, can you let the dog in, please? Yeah, thank you.
Now you can control your lights, thermostat, and more with your voice. Learn more about home life at cox.com/learn.
Honey Sesame Chicken Breast is back at Panda Express. Be the sweetness. Be the freshness. Be the crispy, tender sesame seed perfection.
That's how you find your sweet spot.
Have it delivered from Panda Express today.
Give us the second half of our card as we join you once again from Mohegan Sun Resort and Casino, but we'll flash back to June 23rd of last year when Jermell Charlo fought Jorge Costa. There is Jorge Costa, who is led to the ring behind him, Samson Lukowicz.
All right, round 2 here, Paulie. Any major takeaways from those corners? How's your Brazilian Portuguese?
You know, I'm working on it. But one of the things I heard was that they said to him, did you feel it? He started to feel that choke when he started to defend it. And De Silva seemed to dismiss it almost a little bit. Like, it wasn't it. It didn't happen. But nice whizzer there. Trying to reverse. But, man, both these guys so strong. Built very similarly here.
Most of the scores you're seeing had a 10-9 De Silva.
Yeah, I agree with that. That was obviously his round. He got the takedowns. He was in control, landed some strikes, and I like that front kick to the body that we're seeing from De Silva. He's digging those toes and that ball of the foot right into the solar plexus of Brad Riddell.
Hold up.
Defense holding up very well here against the fence for Riddell. You see De Silva in deep on this single leg, really trying to get him down.
Catch the all-new UFC Live every Friday on ESPN2 as we get you primed for the Saturday action, plus all the latest news and information from around the sport. It's UFC Live, Friday, 7 p.m. Eastern on ESPN News. So De Silva largely controlling Riddell here through 90 seconds of round 2. The Sugar Show Sean O'Malley appreciating the high level of this lightweight contest. Ooh, beautiful.
Yeah, nice side kick there to the lead. Returned nicely from Riddell. They smile at each other a bit, or at least, ooh, I like that counter check hook there from Brad Riddell. You see him looking for that. So after that right hand of this, ooh,
looked like the knee might have caught him. Nice counter attack from Riddell.
Stiff jab there from Brad. Nice right hand as well.
Nice uppercut from Brad Riddell.
De Silva returning. My
Riddell wise to that shot.
But what I liked that De Silva did off of that shot is he didn't get it. And as Brad sprawled back a bit, he threw that big uppercut. He's trying to look for strikes off of the D'd-up takedown. Much better round here for Brad Riddell. Keeping it on his feet. Nice elbow. And he's the one really pressing forward here in the second. Looking for his own takedown here.
Nice balance by De Silva to stay upright. Short left hand finds the target for Riddell.
This is a great match. Oh, I thought he got stung with that right hand for a second. But this matchup, man, put together by the UFC is it's great to see which one of these lightweights is going to carry on and get closer to that top 15.
A definite uptick in the aggression from Brad Riddell here in round 2. And he has landed, coming up on 40 strikes in this round alone, adding to that total there. Short left lands for De Silva.
Flying knee attempt, level change from Brad. Maybe looking to get a takedown here at the end of the second.
Nicely done. Not that easy to finish the takedown up against the fence.
Yeah, and good job using that whizzer, popping him right back up to his feet, De Silva.
Riddell was credited with that takedown, his first on 4 attempts. Body kick for De Silva. Oh,
and these guys are cracking.
Just love this fight. I mean, we talked about this beforehand. Bulletproof matchmaking. Nice sprawl by Riddell.
Perfect sprawl. Gonna push on that head and keep sprawling back. He's got to try to keep that head down. Push it down towards the mat. Nice job. De Silva gives up on it. So ultimately, he did exactly what he needed to do with that sprawl.
You got to imagine Riddell's teammates Kai Kara-France and Israel Adesanya are watching intently as they get ready to compete on pay-per-view here in a matter of hours. There's that De Silva jab on point. Oh, and he caught Riddell with the uppercut. Nice combination counter from the Kiwi.
Good luck, touch glove, let's go to work.
Let's take a look at our tail of the tape for our main event. Separated by just 2 years in age, Charlo 2 years younger. The same reach and the height, everything else virtually identical.
You have 5 minutes now.
All right, back live as you see the corners in advance of round 3. Some action from round 2, Paulie.
Oh, absolutely. This has been a great fight back and forth between both these guys. You see that? Oh, lands mostly with the thigh. Thank goodness for Brad Riddell that didn't land with the point of the knee, but he had a very good round 2 there, Brad Riddell.
All right, round 3, you know what it is. It's brought to you by P3, the official protein snack of UFC.
Ready.
Alex De Silva trying to make it 2 straight and prevent Brad Riddell from that 3-0 UFC start. We'll see if Riddell can carry the momentum from round 2 into this 3rd and final. Nice connection for him there. Always interested to see the live betting line. De Silva opened, or excuse me, closed plus 260 tonight, but now minus 105.
Yeah, I think round 1, De Silva, round 2, Riddell. This is the round that these guys need. I think this is where the winner's going to be determined in this fight. Nice right hand there from Riddell.
Looks as though De Silva's starting to slow down a little bit.
Absolutely. And it seems as though Riddell is just getting his, getting his footing in there. Nice left hook as well, man.
Yep, snapped his head back with that left hook, and most guys are going to have a hard time out cardioing Brad Riddell in this division. Well, he sort of said about his last opponent, Magomed Mustafayev, that he wasn't sure he really wanted to fight him. Alex De Silva's fighting him, that's for sure. I think his words were, I'm not sure he's here to truly test himself against me.
And he probably sees that right now. I'm sure Brad Riddell, he knows how to read people based on how he talked about seeing those things at weigh-ins. And right now, he's got to see that that confidence is already starting to fade off at De Silva a little bit. I'm not saying that tide can't change in a moment's notice here in this 3rd round, but you can see that the confidence is oozing off of Brad Riddell now. Now he's attacking that calf. He's landing beautiful boxing combinations. And every time that De Silva shoots, he's sprawling easily on it.
So that patented Riddell pressure rearing its head here in round 3, coming up on 3 minutes to go. We will hit pay-per-view at the top of the hour.
See what I mean? He's landing these shots. Nice elbow there. Stuffed again there from Riddell. You could see De Silva's kind of working this position right now, partially because obviously he wants to take down, wants to use his grappling, but also the closer they are, the less combinations he's eating to the dome.
67-45, the significant strike numbers unofficially in favor of Brad Riddell. Both guys landed left hands there.
What
looked like it was a punch, but De Silva protests that it's an eye poke. The referee takes his word for it.
I'm pretty sure that was a punch, John. I'd like to see that in my ISO if I can, or the replay here. Let's take a look. That's a punch.
That's a knuckle in the eye.
And you see the corner of Brad Riddell absolutely losing their minds, and for a just reason. That was a clean punch to the eye. That was a nice left hook. Just because the small knuckles landed, it's not an eye poke. And Brad just recognized us right here on the broadcast booth. That fight needs to get restarted.
Eugene Behrman rightfully furious. Pinpoint left hand, knuckle in the eye, clean punch from Brad Riddell. But of course, if you go to replay, you can't restart the fight, so we don't go to replay. We're back underway with about 2 minutes to go.
Unless you're in Vegas. Nice work. Wow, good whizzer there from Brad Riddell. Ends up on top. He's going to try to pick that knee, scooping those legs up so he can keep him on his butt here up against the fence. Going to drive into him. This is good work here in round 3. Nice head kick attempt there.
And that eye appears to really be bothering Alex De Silva.
Right, and that doesn't happen. I mean, the internal eye damage happens from an eye poke. That's knuckles into the eye.
Yeah.
Sometimes it feels like that. It feels like an eye poke, but it wasn't. There's another left hook from Riddell. He's got to attack that eye now. Oh, he's getting aggressive here. Oh, and a big knee for Riddell. He's looking for a finish, John.
He is in hot pursuit of a stoppage win with his entire home nation watching him tonight. Ooh. Big right cross lands flush for Riddell.
Yeah, there could be a possible broken orbital floor in there as well. I know what that feels like, and it sucks.
1 minute now to decide this featured prelim.
De Silva fighting through it, though. He's tough. But you see him just slowly getting a little bit fading and wilting here. The pressure of Brad Riddell is ridiculous.
What a bull.
He is, right? He's just strong, good striking. Nice elbow. And you see Riddell getting a little tired too, but he doesn't stop attacking. De Silva has got to do something with this 30 seconds. That eye is badly swollen up, bruised up. But he's still fighting. You see the heart of De Silva. He doesn't want to be out of this fight.
So what a rally from Brad Riddell after a tough first round. The takedown defense has certainly held up.
No, don't grab the fence.
Silva ends up at the back, but with 5 seconds, it's not going to be enough to win this round.
All right, so Brad Riddell and Alex De Silva go the distance. Strong second and third rounds for the City Kickboxing rep, Brad Riddell. It is now time for Impact Performer, brought to you by the U.S. Army.
Let's take a look here. That was just a fantastic matchup between these two guys. The combinations on the feet from Brad Riddell, smooth boxing, stiff jab there. And there was that left hook that ultimately ends up crushing the eye there. And De Silva thought some of these were eye pokes, but it was not. It was clean punching from Brad Riddell, and you could hear the corner absolutely losing their mind saying it was a punch, which it was. And you see he got his own takedown here to kind of even the score there. De Silva had a really nice round 1, and then round 2 and 3 going to Brad Riddell, in my opinion, but I'm not a judge.
All right, we will see who maintains their lightweight momentum. The scorecards coming your way next from Abu Dhabi.
This isn't the season anyone expected. But even with all the questions, college football is coming. Let's play.
The WNBA playoffs continue tomorrow on ESPN and ABC.
The UFC 253 prelims on ESPN are presented by Modelo, brewed for those with a fighting spirit. In part by P3, the official protein snack of the UFC. And by Dave & Buster's, the only place to eat, drink, play, and watch sports. All right, now it's time for the fight decision. It's brought to you by the United States Marine Corps. For that decision, here's Bruce Buffer.
Ladies and gentlemen, after 3 rounds, we go to the judges' scorecards for decision. All 3 judges score this contest 29-28 for the winner by unanimous decision, Brad
Your winner, Brad Riddell. We're going on to pay-per-view in 90 seconds, but there was no way I was not going to give you a microphone after that performance, man. Outstanding in rounds 2 and 3. How do you feel about your performance?
I'm pretty happy. Alex is extremely strong. I guess you guys could tell in that first round I had a bit of trouble getting him off me, but I got there in the end. And then, like I always say, everybody says that I don't have a lot of MMA fights, but my ring time experience prevailed in that second and third. He got tired, got desperate. I just stayed composed. I had some amazing cornering, and I stuck to the game plan. And I wanted to have a bit of a scrap at the end there, but I heard Eugene say the only way you can ruin this is by getting caught with a Hail Mary. So I was like, had to stay composed, but I'm happy.
All right, man, a 3-0 UFC start. Congrats on a big win. Ladies and gentlemen, there he is, Brad Quake Riddell.
Yeah, great performance there from Brad Riddell. And here is the undisputed middleweight champion, Israel Adesanya. And coming up next is the pay-per-view, baby. It's time.
And the ringside physicians are attending to Jorge Costa. Let's take a look back at the first knockdown. Boom, over the top and down went Costa. And we'll take a look back at the second one. Jab, right hand, bang. Good night. Oh my goodness. Boom. Immediately. And we'll take a look at the reaction by Jermall. And Jermall says, oh yeah. Well, Jermell did his part. Curious to see how Jermall fares next week. But Jermell Charlo, wow, talk about dynamite in his hands. That was a spectacular knockout. Derek James smiling from ear to ear. And what a performance. He did his part. Taking a look back again, and there is the reaction. And Jermell in complete adulation. Came out here, handled business as he needed to. And Jermell Charlo victorious here tonight with a third round. And look at who's watching. Tony Harrison, ringside here in Las Vegas. He's being interviewed already. I'm sure Tony Harrison's saying, look, that's what he does. But Harrison's still the champ. The rematch looms here in 2019. But Jermell Charlo fought a dangerous Jorge Costa and went out and finished him emphatically with a third round knockout. There wasn't even a question. Shaking hands with Tom Brown, the promoter from tonight's event, and Tom, who in my opinion will be a Hall of Famer, said, did you enjoy that? And the answer is absolutely yes. My goodness, talk about explosive. Bang, right on the button. Finishing off Jorge Costa. And here is the end of the fight. The jab right hand. Good night. Jab down the center. Boom. Here's Jimmy Lennon Jr.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have the time of 2 minutes 14 seconds of round number 3. He is the winner by way of knockout, Jermell Iron Man Charlo.
Jermell Charlo victorious tonight. A third round and knockout. Goes over, embraces with Jorge Costa, who is visibly disappointed. Tony Harrison given a golf clap. Jermell Charlo, his brother, looking on. And what a performance by Jermell Charlo here tonight. That's how you end it. That is how you finish a fight in grand fashion. Just 3 rounds it took. And Jermell Charlo has stamped his rematch with Tony Harrison. Let's take another look at it. The jab has taken a look back as Costa coming forward. There's that right hand over the top, a counter shot by Charlo. That was the first knockdown. Sprawling out was Costa. And there's the second knockdown. And the end of the fight, the jab followed by right hand, and Jay Nady had seen enough. That was it. Boom. Look at that. A quick ending here in Las Vegas. Jab, right hand, match, set, point. And that is a very focused and determined and a hungry Jermell Charlo with Derek James, Sam Watson, his uncle as well, on the far left, his brother next to him. So Jermell victorious tonight. Jermall is next. Coming up on Saturday night in Houston, Texas against Brandon Adams. Both men, the Charlo brothers, talking to one another. And that was extremely impressive. Talk about raising some eyes. Jermell Charlo looked just absolutely tremendous tonight. And as with anything, took him about a round and plus to get himself going, but you started to feel that Charlo started getting comfortable at the end of the second round, especially when he landed with that right hand towards the end of the second. So very curious to hear the post-fight comments with Jermell Charlo. And he's standing by with our own Adesanya.
Thank you very much, Kenny. Jermell, your son Eli just said to me, I said, what do you think of your dad now? He said, my dad is awesome.
Headliner tonight will determine the new UFC light heavyweight champion of the world. Jon Jones has vacated the throne, and we've got two richly deserving guys in Dominic Reyes and Jan Blachowicz, who will fight for the vacant belt
You're
tonight.
not kidding when you say that these guys are deserving of this title shot, especially Dominic Reyes, who has been in there with Jon Jones and arguably won that fight 3 rounds to 2, right? And goes in there, and now he's got that confidence, right? Not only does he have that confidence, but he's got a chip on his shoulder now that he believes that he should be champion, and now he's got to go beat somebody else. Well, you know he's going to want to go out there and do that in style, and do that and put a stamp on it.
Reyes had crazy output early on in that Jon Jones fight. Perhaps he'll be more measured tonight against the Polish standout Jan Blachowicz, who really has resurged.
I mean, I'm so impressed with Jan Blachowicz over the years, man. He really just researched his entire career and just started doing it with these knockout shots, man. Just sleeping people, knocking people down, and guys that he was counted out against, like a Luke Rockhold fight. When he moved up to 205, people kind of counted Blachowicz out. You see these sneaky submissions. He's good on the ground. He's good everywhere he goes, and he is a Polish powerhouse, John. This guy, when he touches you, you just see that. Look at this weighing. Just look at this guy's head, John. That's right. Meant to be in there and battling people. It wasn't here in the octagon. It would have been somewhere a long time ago, and a ship just invading people's territories.
A lot of mutual respect between those two combatants. They'll put it aside for 25 minutes or fewer later tonight. All right. We know a lot of you fans out there have had this date, September 26th, circled on your calendar for a long time. So we're not going to make you wait any longer. Here's a look at what else is coming your way.
The rest of the card is presented by EA Sports UFC 4. EA Sports UFC 4 is available now on Xbox One and PS4. Play as the UFC's biggest stars or start shaping your own UFC legend. And there is the proud Kiwi and UFC flyweight hopeful, Kai Kara-France. He told us Wednesday this is as big as any sporting event in New Zealand this year. And you can be sure the entirety of the nation will be watching tonight as Kara-France looks to inch closer to title contention against a man with a similar mindset, Brandon Royval, for whom it has been a rapid ascent to UFC prominence, following a bonus-winning performance in his UFC debut back in May. Royval spins it forward tonight, a chance to take his promising career to the next level. Also playing tonight, UFC bantamweight contender Ketlen Vieira. Following surgery, she was in line to compete in May and August, but finally tonight, long on championship motivation, Vieira hits the proving ground for the first time in 2020, and she'll look to close the gap on Amanda Nunes when she faces the streaking Sarge, Sijara Eubanks. Few fighters have capitalized in this current climate more than the Springfield, Massachusetts native. And tonight, opportunity knocks once again as Eubanks makes her pay-per-view debut. All right, these locker room shots are brought to you by P3, the official protein snack of UFC. Well, he's on the short list of Canada's best hopes for UFC Gold and Glory. His name is Hakeem Dawodu, and man, can he strike. Tonight, he'll try to get his aggressive Muay Thai game going and secure a 5th consecutive win against Russia Subera Tahuga. He made a huge statement to the rest of the featherweight division with a knockout earlier this year, and he could have a number next to his name next week if he can produce on this monumental platform on Fight Island tonight. Now let's get to the rules of the Octagon. 3 judges score the fight. The bout duration is 3 5-minute rounds, but for championship fights and all UFC main events, we go 5 5-minute rounds. A 10-point must-scoring system is in effect. The round winner gets 10 points, his or her opponent 9 or fewer, and scoring is based on effective striking and grappling, followed by aggression, and then Octagon control in that order. And a final note before we get going, it'll be the newer set of unified rules for this event, albeit a hybrid version. The down fighter rule, the old version, just need 1 hand down instead of 2 to be considered grounded. And instant replay can only be used to look at a fight-ending sequence. Once replay is called for, the fight cannot be restarted. With that, let us get to our main card openers. So damn good to have you with us tonight, live on pay-per-view. And 4 consecutive UFC wins have put Hakeem Dawodu on the cusp of the top 15. Tonight, the Canadian looks to continue his ascent at the expense of fellow hopeful Subera Tahuga. There is little to no margin for error at 145 pounds in the UFC, where every fight can determine who keeps their championship hopes alive and who gets knocked down a peg on their journey. Tonight it's another pivotal featherweight showdown when Hakeem Dawodu meets Zubaira Tukhugov.
I think my boxing better than his. I think it is a knockout.
It'll be a decent fight. I think it's a good test to show off my skills, get my name out there, and show the world what I can do.
It didn't take long for Canada's Hakeem Dawodu to settle into life in the UFC. And with each passing W, he's moving closer to where he wants to be. If fans were impressed with his wins over Yoshinori Horie and Julio Arce, Mean Hakeem has even more to showcase in a big spot here tonight.
Everyone should be worried about me because I got the speed, I got the strength, I got the endurance, and I got the mindset.
With just one split decision loss in the last 8 years, there is no question Zubaira Tukhugov is on the fast track to the top. And while a first-round stoppage of Kevin Aguilar in February was certainly resounding, the Warrior believes his best is yet to come.
I don't want before fight talk too much. I show in fight. You'll see.
All right, we will see if fight day goes any better than weigh-in day for Zubaira Tukhugov. 19-4-1 as he makes the walk for his 7th UFC appearance, coming off a big win back in February on a fight card headlined by my man Paul Felder. This is a man who does everything pretty well. Master of sport, combat sambo, and hand-to-hand combat. Definite power, big time in that left hand, and try to find a home for it tonight against Hakeem Dawodu.
Yeah, he's got to be aggressive and a little bit unpredictable with that striking, because Hakeem Dawodu is a very, very calculated striker, very good kickboxer. So for Tukhugov, I really expect him to mix in his wrestling. Even if he ultimately wants to end it with TKO or use that left hand to knock his opponent down, he's got to mix that in just to be unpredictable and keep his opponent on his toes. And anytime you've got the cornerman that he's got in his corner, you know, these guys train him seriously. I mean, you got the champion following you around and helping you out, man. That's saying something.
Zubaira Tukhugov has bounced around, trained at Tiger Muay Thai, the American Kickboxing Academy. Of course, he reps Eagles MMA with Khabib Nurmagomedov in his corner. And I think anybody that is a part of that team, the name Abdulmanap Nurmagomedov, who passed away in July, is not far from their mind. And you can certainly expect Zubaira Tukhugov to try to do right by his former coach here tonight. These odds brought to you by DraftKings. Playing free UFC 253 pools all night on DraftKings for your shot at over $10,000 in prizes. Don't wait, download the app now and use code UFC when you sign up. DraftKings, you can bet on it. So this line's bounced around a little bit. Tukhugov closing a -135 betting favorite. Dawodu plus 115. All right, here he is, Mean Hakeem Dawodu. 6th UFC appearance. The last 4 have gone quite well for him. Aggressive Muay Thai game, a lot of power, very technical as well. He'll kick your legs, outstanding cardio, works the body well. What am I missing, Paulie?
No, nothing. But one of the things that I want to point out, and when we talk to Hakeem, is that he's faced a lot of these style of fighters, he said in his previous fights, even outside of the UFC. So he says he's very prepared for this, to go in there and know that there's going to be a wrestling heavy attack, and to be able to go in there, stuff those takedowns, and make him pay for those attempts, and use those right knees, those things that are going to intercept those takedown attempts, up the middle, uppercuts. And I think he's got to be careful, though, to not to over-anticipate that, and to be dropping his level or dropping his hands to be able to stop those takedowns and then get countered by Tukhugov when he does throw those hands, which he will do.
And to piggyback on your point in terms of fighting guys from this camp, he has competed against somebody who had Khabib Nurmagomedov in their corner. It was Murat Magomedov. He fought him twice, went 1-0-1. And he just believes that those 2 fights have really prepared him well for this challenge. And to your point, push the pace, hell-bent on getting the finish. We'll see how it goes for one of Canada's best hopes for UFC Gold and Glory. All right, this tale of tape is sponsored by Howler Head. Hakeem Dawodu is 29, as is his counterpart Zubaira Tukhugov. You see both fighters 5'8" tall. Tukhugov missing weight by 4 pounds, 5.5-inch reach advantage with the Canadian Hakeem Dawodu. All right, now to get this main card started proper, here's Bruce Buck.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are live from UFC Fight Island in Abu Dhabi for UFC 253, Adesanya versus Costa. And now, this fight is 3 rounds in the UFC featherweight division. Introducing first, fighting out of the blue corner, a striker holding a professional record, 19 wins, 4 losses, 1 draw. He stands 5 feet 8 inches tall, weighing in at 150 pounds. Fighting out of Grozny, Chechen Republic, Russia, Zubaira Warrior Tukhugov. And now introducing his opponent, fighting out of the red corner, a mixed martial artist holding a professional record, 11 wins, 1 loss, 1 draw. He stands 5 feet 8 inches tall, weighing in at 145 pounds. Fighting out of Calgary, Alberta, Canada, Mean Hakeem Dawodu. And when the action begins, our referee in charge, Kevin Satake.
Way back.
Kevin Satake, our referee. Camila is here on Fight Island. And we are thrilled to have you with us tonight for UFC 253, Adesanya versus Costa. Red De La Cruz is in the building as well, as is Mean Hakeem Dawodu.
You ready, sir? You ready?
Pretty appropriate nickname. Taking on Zubaira Tukhugov. Tukhugov is in white. Dawodu is in purple. We'll call it black.
These guys couldn't wait to get to the center of the octagon to face each other.
Dawodu coming off a win against Julio Arce. That was at Madison Square Garden all the way back in November of 2019 at UFC 244. And that was actually the first fight of the night, which certainly speaks to the depth of that BMF card. Shape your legend in EA Sports UFC 4, available now on Xbox One and PS4. Dawodu always keeps that right guard high.
Just taking his time, both guys right now, feeling each other out. He keeps throwing that front kick, like a jump front kick to the body, almost like a jump teep.
Hard to know exactly what went wrong with the cut for Tukhugov, but every time we were biking in the middle of the night, he was out there running, right?
Absolutely. He was out there with sweats on, running, covered up. You know, sometimes, ooh, nice left hook there from Tukhugov.
Yep.
Things just don't go right sometimes. I mean, I'm not giving him
a pass.
A pass, right? I don't know. I wasn't in his camp. I don't know what was going on during preparation, any illness, any of that kind of stuff. But, you know, he's going to lose money.
Thankfully, Dawodu still accepted the fight. 2 minutes have gone by here in round 1.
Yeah, that was my only concern, right? Is I really wanted to see how this fight was going to play out. When Tukhugov missed weight, I man, just don't want to lose that fight on the card. A, because I like Tukhugov, and, you know, for me and Hakeem, I want to see him get in there and fight. Especially to come all the way here, right? It's not like we're a short trip away. You come all the way to Fight Island. You want these fights to happen for these guys.
Partial land with the left hand for Zubaira Tukhugov.
That kick landed as well for Dawodu.
Inside leg kick for Hakeem. Both guys exercising some patience here early. Tukhugov looking to counter. Now goes on the offensive. Oh! Right hand appeared to find its home.
Yeah, you can see how much these guys are respecting each other's skills here, not rushing in, really taking the time. That right hand from Tuhugov, though, is landing.
Dawodu bit on the uppercut feint. Now he attacks the body of Tuhugov. Tactical fight early. Tuhugov lands the jab.
And Tuhugov slowly starting to let his hands go here.
Tuhugov starting to get a little bit more aggressive here 4 minutes in. Nice level change and a rip to the body by Dawodu.
Yeah, something we talked with Dawodu as well that he would do. Ooh, he's just a little behind there. Tuhugov is landing and getting just out of the way of these counter shots coming back from Dawodu.
Before Dawodu signed with the UFC, he had a hard time finding opponents, and that has sort of been the case for him over the last year. Just had a hard time getting fellow UFC featherweights to sign on the dotted line. Told us Wednesday, I got keys to the gym. And even in this climate, he's been able to train, making his first start of the year here tonight.
Yeah, it's good to hear too, because throughout everything that's going on, some guys you really do wonder how much training they got in. Are they just jumping in here because they need to, or are they really prepared? And you know from talking to Dawodu, he's ready.
All right, tonight's Corner Cam is brought to you by Body Armor Sports Drink. Superior hydration with no artificial flavors or dyes. Body Armor, the official sports drink of UFC. Grab one today at 7-Eleven.
Молодец, Зуба. Все хорошо. Одиночный не бей. 2-3, 2-3.
Don't punch him with a single punches. Throw combos.
Зуба, смотри сюда. Раздергиваешь его. Дергаешь, дергаешь, дергаешь. Дернул, раз-два ударил.
Feint and then 1-2.
Раз-два ударил.
Feint and put 1-2.
Левой сбоку заканчивай.
When you punch with the right one, finish with the left.
Он медленный на рукав. Ты нам...
Throw more combos.
Зуба, и руки. Руки повыше, чуть поувереннее.
Put your hands up more. Everything is good.
Watch the first Polaris Squads event live on UFC Fight Pass as Team UK and Ireland takes on Team Europe in one of the world's most exciting jiu-jitsu events. Plus, watch replays of Cage Warriors, The Trilogy, Roy Jones Boxing, and past Polaris events only on UFC Fight Pass.
Ready, ready.
Khabib Nurmagomedov imparting some advice upon his teammate Zubaira Tuhugov there after round one. Here we go with round two. Nice switch kick from Dawodu.
Yeah, it's like that jump front kick to the body. It's thrown it about 3 times in this fight so far. Dawodu just having trouble finding the timing of his hands so far.
Was able to spin and I believe land with that heel to the body. Close first round according to most. Like a near clash of heads.
Yeah,
there.
it was close.
The Amazon original series, The Boys, is back with more diabolical mayhem. Watch the epic new season now, only on Prime Video. Uppercut lands for Tuhugov. Dawodu with a jab.
Yeah, it looked like they both might have connected with their jabs at the same time. Tuhugov doing a good job of getting out of these leg kicks, just sliding just out of the way. Even though there's some redness on that calf of Tuhugov, it doesn't seem to be really landing. He's avoided most of these leg kick attacks from Dawodu.
Jabbing away, low kick for Dawodu. Right hand over the top, and now an uppercut. uppercut from Tuhugov.
Yeah, Tuhugov loving that uppercut, loving that right uppercut, left hook combination so far. There it is again.
That left hand from Tuhugov, one of the more significant strikes on either side. Now a right hand for good measure.
Yeah, Dawodu returned to right hand as well there.
Yeah, don't look down at your notes during
I know, I'm not. I'm dialed in on this one. Oh, both guys just barely getting out of the way of the other strikes. Yeah, these guys have been standing right smack dab in the center of the octagon, trading, moving out of the way, being very defensive, but not running from each other whatsoever. I'll tell you,
Tuhugov's hands look fast.
I was just going to say that, John. I was going to say he looks fast and looks sharp tonight. Especially since we've talked about, oh, wrestling, this and that. And he said, oh, what are you talking about? I'm coming in here to strike. Right.
Makes you respect the judges when you see these guys landing simultaneously. Sometimes your eyes can only be in one place.
Yeah, you just, I mean, I've always said that. I don't envy that job. I don't want that job.
Man, these guys are throwing under 2 minutes now in round 2.
Oh, Tuhugov saying something to him there. There it is. The first level change really from Tuhugov in this fight. Good defense there from Dawodu, though. Nice.
Rips the body. Hakeem is certainly invested in that body work.
Yeah, and also the leg kick. Nice liver shot there from Dawodu. He snuck that one in just under the elbow, right on the liver.
Somewhat surprising to see that discrepancy in the numbers. Dawodu doubling up on Tuhugov, who gets a takedown here.
I just think as far as maybe the head strikes, Tuhugov's ahead, but Dawodu being very busy with leg kicks.
Keep fighting, guys. Keep it clean.
But yeah, as far as the big punches being landed, Tuhugov.
Don't grab the fence.
Trying to trap that wrist, Tuhugov. Reaching underneath, and if he can get that and keep that and get that right hand free of his.
Keep it clean. Keep fighting. Keep it clean.
What are they talking about?
Keep fighting, guys. Don't talk.
It's a nice way of the ref saying, shut up and fight.
Tuhugov picking his spots here towards the tail end of round 2.
Yeah, he's still got a hold of that left wrist of Dawodu right now. But nice, now it's free. Hakeem got that free. He's going to try to use this fence to... Nice job there from Tuhugov. Peel him away.
All right, 10 minutes down.
All right, let's take a look at some of the striking action here in this fight. There's some of the body work that we're seeing from Hakeem. Nice right hand there from Tuhugov. Really throwing clean right hands throughout the course of these 2 rounds so far from Tuhugov. And good body work and leg kicks.
He got that takedown at the end, but I still think it might have been yours, but it's close. Those are 2 close rounds. You got to win this round, okay? When you're putting him up and putting pressure on him, he doesn't like it. That's why he's starting to shoot. So you got to start getting ready with those uppercuts.
Okay. Change levels when you go to the body, okay? Yeah. Get that head down, smash that cross to his body, okay?
And let's start ending.
The high kick is there. The high kick is there, man.
If you end your combos with that nerve too, man, he is fucking eating that leg up.
His leg is fucked.
Let's go.
All right, round 3 is brought to you by P3, the official protein snack of UFC. So, some interesting commands there from the Hakeem Dawodu corner. I would ask you, as the professional fighter, when you hear 3 or 4 different messages like that, how much of that are you ingesting and able to sort of put forth?
Well, at least from the corner, it was simple things, right? Like, you know, attacking the leg, the head kick is there, and forward pressure. So, I mean, they're not complicated things to digest. So, I think Hakeem was shaking his head and he was responding to each of those. He seems to be in fantastic shape. So he's not sucking for wind, trying to guzzle down water. So I think that was all actually pretty clean advice in that corner for Dawodu. There were 3 things that I heard that were all things that he can apply in this fight. Apply. Did I say imply? My apologies. But I do like that advice to go after that leg and to attack the body too. There he goes. He's got to set it up though. He's got to put that jab or that right hand out in front of it too if he wants to get under that right arm of Tuhugov and land that liver shot.
Subtle footwork. It really is a pleasure to watch Tuhugov move on the feet.
Yeah, and he's been having so much success with that right hand. He hasn't needed his takedowns in this fight. He's had some really good boxing and really evasive footwork. He avoided those leg kicks for the majority of the fight, but now you can look at that calf. Look at that lead left calf to Tuhugov. So those leg kicks from Dawodu are paying dividends. They are starting to affect him. There it is again. And you see just that subtle little bit of shakeout, switching stance. That's starting to work, and now Dawodu knows it.
And he also attacked the front of that leg with the knee strike earlier as well, but Tuhugov seems to be moving pretty well.
Yeah, but now he's moving well in this third round without really attacking very much. Oh, that's the head kick that his corner also called for. See, those are things he definitely was listening and hearing things in between rounds. This is smart for Tuhugov to try to mix in his wrestling here. If he can get this takedown, nice defense there from Dawodu.
Beautiful.
Reshot. He's going to try to circle off, get his space back.
You see some numbers there. Dawodu mixing things up beautifully. He's only been taken down once in the fight, and there's that. Oh! Huge left hook from Dawodu, lands flush.
Yeah,
Tuhugov barely flinched.
Is kidding his confidence here. If he can keep this fight on the feet and avoid these takedowns from Tuhugov, he's starting to really find himself here in the third round. And it's all because he's mixed things up throughout the fight, right? He wasn't headhunting from round one at all. He's been, you know, mixing up his strikes. A varied attack from the head to the body to that leg, more importantly, John.
We have crossed the midpoint of this third and final round. Another fight that speaks to the depth of this UFC featherweight division.
And he's getting warned here. Tuhugov really working hard for you. He's trying to lock his hands together. Nice little switch around there. Jumps on the back. Good work again from Hakeem Dawodu to avoid that takedown.
And man, is Khabib fired up in that Tuhugov corner.
Yeah, they want him to strike. I can just tell by looking at Khabib. They want him to start letting his hands go. That was some of the advice they were giving him earlier. Hands up, more combinations. Now you see Tuhugov's face is starting to wear these shots as well. Yeah, there's the swagger, Hakeem. Now he's starting to feel himself in there as well. Ooh, nice liver shot, right hand.
Taking a page out of Max Holloway's book, pointing to the ground, trying to urge his opponent to bring the offense back his way. Under 90 now to go.
Meet me right here, man. Let's go. Let's go. I'm getting hyped up now, John.
Well, everything Dawodu said he was going to do in terms of the forward motion, the pressure he has done. Close fight coming down the stretch here.
And we talked about that when we met him, when we interviewed him. You could just see the confidence and how much he wanted this fight. He wanted to prove something. And then when your opponent misses weight, you want to beat them up even more for that.
Fighters clinch here.
And Tuhugov had a fantastic start to this fight. Was really landing some beautiful combinations, but the tide has surely shifted now.
Oh, that's a big right from Dawodu.
He's got 40 seconds.
Let's fucking fight!
How about Dawodu?
Yeah, so Tuhugov is smiling, but he ain't fighting.
Hakeem, no cussing. What's your word, gentlemen? Be respectful.
Dawodu wants Tuhugov off of that bicycle on a napkin in the center of the octagon.
There he goes to the calf again. Nice slip there from Hakeem.
Dawodu with the advantage on the numbers here in this third and final round.
I wonder if Tuhugov thinks he's up 2 rounds here in this fight, and that's why he's just skating around right here in round 3. He's not engaging at all.
What a way to kick off the pay-per-view main card. Zubaira Tuhugov and Hakeem Dawodu go the distance.
Yeah, that was a back and forth battle early in that fight, but really Hakeem took over in round 3, and Tuhugov just stopped fighting. He looked fantastic, sharp hands, very fast. I don't know if it was the leg kicks or what it was affecting him, but he just stopped fighting towards the end of that fight.
Dawodu doing laps as they attend to Zubaira Tuhugov.
They're always running on every fight.
All right, this fight replay is brought to you by GovX. If you have a military or first responder background, get ultimate deals on the gear you love at govx.com.
You see there, that was a nice shot square to the solar plexus from that left hand of Dawodu. Stiff jab, snaps the head back. Look at this slip and rip. That one landed on the chest, but that shot to the gut. Nice right hand from Tuhugov, and we saw that early in the fight. Here goes again, over the top of that left hand of Dawodu. Stiff jab again from Hakeem. These guys were going back and forth early, but it was the body work and I believe the leg kicks that paid dividends and really affected Tuhugov later into these rounds.
All right, now look at the post-fight stats brought to you by DraftKings. Download the DraftKings app for free to get in on all the fight action. Use code UFC when you sign up. DraftKings, you can bet on it. Significant strikes. Hakeem Dawodu 61, Zubaira Tuhugov 30. Those numbers significant, albeit unofficial. The one takedown on the Tuhugov side. On 7 attempts, though, he had just north of 1 minute of ground control time. All right, the official decision is brought to you by Guaranteed Rate. You could save massive money on your mortgage with the incredibly low rates from Guaranteed Rate. Act now by visiting rate.com. All right, with the scorecards now, here is Bruce Buffer.
Ladies and gentlemen, after 3 rounds, we go to the judges' scorecards for decision. Dave Torelli scores it 29-28 Tuhugov. Anders Olsen scores it 30-27 Dawodu. And Ahmed Korchi scores it 29-28 for the winner by split decision, Mean Hakeem Dawodu.
All right, so the UFC winning streak is now 5 for Mean Hakeem Dawodu. Congratulations, man. You sort of shook your head at the end of that one, but a great fight. Your thoughts on what just transpired?
You know, I thought it was going to be a good fight, but as everybody can see, he was running. You know what I mean? So I know he was just trying to bait me in for a shot, but he was running. You know what I mean? So anyways, this is one of the first fights I felt like I was fighting for something bigger than myself. All my black people, all my African people, everybody that's getting oppressed. They're trying to make fun of us. They're trying to bring us down. I refuse to kneel. We've been kneeling for too long. Canada, get behind me. They only allowed me to bring 1 flag, so I'm sorry for not bringing the Jamaican and the Canadian flag, but you know what I represent. Everybody back in the 403, my family, my friends. I promise the next fight, give me somebody who ain't gonna run. This is 5 straight now. I need a top 10, and give me someone who ain't gonna run no more.
There's no doubt you're a guy many believe can carry the torch for Canada. Real quickly before I let you go, it was a big 3rd round for you. What was your mentality going back to the stool after round 2?
I saw that he was getting tired. He was shooting desperately. You know what I mean? I'm sorry for the cussing, but I was trying to bait him in because he was running. And I knew he was trying to bait me in for a takedown, so I thought maybe if I dropped my hands, I could, you know, land some good counters on him. But he was on the back pedal, and I'm not going to run in stupid, but, you know, I need to work a bit, I guess, on cutting off the cage and, you know, running down these sprinters. Summon the inner Jamaican in me and catch up to these dudes when they're running.
Well, in terms of getting a top 15 opponent, you're going to be hard to deny now after a big win tonight. Congratulations. Safe travels home. There he is, your winner, Mean Hakeem Dawodu.
And that post-fight interview is brought to you by EA Sports UFC 4. Shape your legend in EA Sports UFC 4. Available now on Xbox One and PS4. Hakeem Dawodu does it again, man, and goes out there. Even though his opponent was running there in round 3, he still made it exciting, attacked the body, attacked the legs, and an impressive performance from that young man right there, in my opinion.
It really is, and hopefully it's not an extended layoff now as he gets back in there. But again, if you're looking for a kid out of Canada who can really make a run and get that country behind him, right, and sell out the Bell Center, perhaps Hakeem Dawodu is the guy. All right, these locker room shots are brought to you by P3, the official protein snack of UFC, and it'll be good to see the Brazilian talent Ketlin Vieira back in the octagon tonight. She was really starting to put it all together before a little speed bump last December. We'll see if she is at her aggressive best tonight as she takes on the offensively minded and streaking Sajara Eubanks, the Mark Henry protege. who was here in Abu Dhabi for a jiu-jitsu tournament back in the day, chases a second win in 14 days tonight. She will do so as the road underdog. And if you are looking for a little action on tonight's fights, who isn't? There can be one destination for that. DraftKings, try it free today.
Hey UFC fans, it's Jessie Cofield from DraftKings here to let you know it's not too late to get in on tonight's action. Right now during the fights, anyone can play for a share of $10,000.
And that's one of his better traits, is the fact that he's always busy. He's not one of those slow starters when it comes to the fight. He starts right away. He puts pressures on his opponent. And Payano, I mean, he welcomes that sometimes too. He's not afraid of a fight. He's been in a couple of wars himself.
But Payano can't just have a lot of feints, and he's got to be able to start to land some significant punches, at least over the next few rounds, in order to gain the respect of Daniel Roman. Roman is doing a good job of moving forward and having Payano on his back foot. And if you're Roman, your aggression is going to be one of your best assets, but he has to have a controlled aggression against Payano because of how unorthodox Payano is.
Yep, Payano is unorthodox. He is very aggressive. Roman, who's also aggressive, but it does
calculated aggression.
Exactly. He's a great counter puncher. Who wins that battle?
Close distance now. Johnny Callis will step between these two.
So far, it seems like a chess match to start, Ray.
It's a high-level chess match. Nice right hook by Payano that caught the attention of Daniel Roman. And now, final moments of this second round between Roman and Payano.
Experiences any fighter in any division, male or female.
I know that I have so much more to do, and I want to show people what I'm capable of. I still want to make it back to the belt.
I respect Holly. You can only be one of the greatest by fighting the greatest, and this is my time.
I'm not gonna leave you guys without I'm just switching when there's no fight. I'm just going back to Showtime to see what's happening with that Charlo fight.
Any fighter I've
Waiting
faced
for the
so far
next fight
in
to
MMA.
come up.
But we're gonna be ready.
Then I'll switch back to UFC. I'm not gonna leave you guys
Still
hanging.
learning, still getting better, and still evolving. I'm gonna go in there and just make a statement.
I'm here to climb to the top until I get my opportunity for the belt. I'm hungrier, and I'm here to win this fight.
It's the big flaw to think that you're more hungry than me. Yeah, she's motivated, but there's a reason why I'm still fighting. I love it, and I still want it. And everything in me wants a victory.
I know this fight can take me one step closer to the belt. It's going to be clear that I'm next in line, and I'm going to do everything in my power to get my hundreds.
All right, so tonight is the first of a 5 rack of fight cards coming your way from Abu Dhabi over the next 5 Saturday nights. Next weekend, it'll be UFC Fight Night Home versus Aldana. The main card looks like this. Big opportunity for a couple of heavyweights in the co-main event. A fight that a lot of people are talking about, Jermaine Durandamy and Juliana Pena. Bantamweight title eliminator of sorts right there. But again, this is all what this sport is about for someone like Irene Aldana. She has risen to the cusp of her first UFC main event. And a big opportunity against the former champ, Holly Holm.
100%. She really has earned this opportunity to be facing a legend like Holly Holm. And to go out there, the boxing that this girl, Irene Aldana, is just fantastic. And of course, the boxing and kickboxing pedigree from Holly Holm just makes this fight so fantastic. You know what you're getting in this fight. You're getting kicks, you're getting punches. Somebody's getting busted up, somebody's getting bloody. And I cannot wait to call it, my friend, because I will be here still on Fight Island.
All right, here now a look at the upcoming UFC schedule, brought to you by Tony Hawk's Pro Skater 1 and 2. Be the GOAT, available now on PS4, Xbox One, and PC. So, of course, next Saturday, October 3rd, it'll be Holm versus Aldana. Main card live on both ESPN and ESPN+. Saturday, October 10th, How about that headliner at bantamweight? Marlon Moraes versus Corey Sandhagen. That card wall-to-wall on ESPN+. Then Saturday, October 17th, if you like grudge matches, you will like UFC Fight Night. Ortega versus the Korean Zombie, 7 p.m. Eastern for the main card on E+. And we will close out this Abu Dhabi stretch in style October 24th. UFC 254, Khabib versus Gaethje, live back on pay-per-view. Well, not far from here is the Louvre, Abu Dhabi. Breathtaking architecture and splendor really in every direction here. The museum opened in 2017, roughly 24,000 square meters in size, and houses 8,000 square meters of art galleries, making it the largest art exhibition in the Arabian Peninsula. All right, these 135-pound rankings are brought to you by EA Sports UFC 4. Shape your legend in EA Sports UFC 4, available now on Xbox One and PS4. So Ketlen Vieira, number 7 in the world. Sijara Eubanks was 15 a couple of weeks ago. Now she has come up to number 13 in the world. And certainly out of this one, a bona fide bantamweight contender will emerge. Will it be Vieira or Eubanks? We will find out, but no denying how big a fight this is in terms of the career trajectory for both women. So 2 weeks ago, Sijara Eubanks was wrapping up an impressive win over Julia Avila. Tonight, Sarge is right back at it in the bigger octagon as she draws the bona fide contender, Ketlen Vieira.
Bantamweight contenders collide tonight, and for Ketlen Vieira and Sijara Eubanks, the goal is not just to win, but to deliver the kind of performance that'll kickstart a title run. And both women are embracing the challenge ahead.
Ketlen's in for a world of a fight. She's gonna get somebody that she's not ready for. She's gonna get a lot of heat, a lot of boxing, a lot of diversity, a lot of speed.
Minha maior meta é ser campeã. Acho que todo atleta que entra no UFC quer ser campeã. E eu acho que vencendo a Sijara, que é uma atleta que vem embalada, vai me colocar no top 15 de novo, ou no top 5 de novo.
Back in action for the first time since the lone loss of her career against Irene Aldana last December. Brazil's Ketlen Vieira has been jonesing to get back to the business of chasing the 135-pound title. And she expects a win tonight over Sijara Eubanks will get her where she needs to be.
Então, quando a Sijara fechar a porta ali, ela vai ter uma grande adversária, faminta por vitória, e que vai ser uma grande luta, uma grande guerra, e eu tô pronta.
A return to the bantamweight division seems to have been the missing piece of the puzzle for Sijara Eubanks, who has won 2 straight over Sarah Morris and Julia Avila in 2020. And while there aren't many willing to join Sarge in those famed deep waters, Ketlen Vieira just may be the dance partner she's been looking for.
I've always had game opponents throughout my career. It's one of my favorite. To be the best, you got to fight the best. So give me the best. I don't want any tomato cans.
Around this time, just 14 days ago, Sijara Eubanks was making her walk to the UFC octagon in Las Vegas, a walk that resulted in her hand being raised at the end of 15 minutes. And when we talked to Sarge this week about the quick turnaround, she said, well, I've always wanted to do some cowboy-esque gangster stuff. In fact, she wanted this fight so badly, she didn't even ask where it was. But here she is in Abu Dhabi, a place where she has competed before for the World Professional Jiu-Jitsu Championships back in 2013. And speaking of jiu-jitsu, Sarge also shared that she's looking to get back to those grappling roots and says the finishes will be coming soon.
Thanks, Megan. Yeah, Sijara Eubanks is a ball of fire. I promised her I wouldn't spend too much time on her high school basketball career, but she went to the High School of Commerce in Springfield, Massachusetts, and every basketball team needs someone like Sarge on it, right? A bruiser. She said, I could set a pick, and she certainly could box out. Of course, we're happy she is plying her trade now as a mixed martial arts athlete, 7-time IBJJF champion. There is no denying her Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu black belt credentials, but she likes to strike, there's no doubt about it.
Yeah, well, she likes to strike, and I'm glad she's trying to get back to those jiu-jitsu roots and use those submission skills. But having said that, she's been working with Mark Henry in New Jersey, and in her corner tonight is a good friend of mine, Ryan Cafaro, who's a very good kickboxing coach as well. So she's got those skills to back it up on the feet as well, but I think this is going to be a grappling match at some point in this fight between both of these women, and I'd like to see how Sarge has evolved that jiu-jitsu game over these last few years, especially training in Jersey.
All right, so here's the number 7 ranked bantamweight contender, Ketlen Vieira, and a lot of people will say the best way to resonate with UFC fans, finish fights and fight often. And Ketlen Vieira was doing a whole lot of that before injuries intervened. She was out from March of 2018 to December of 2019. So she's sort of been hardened by that experience, by all of the injuries. Of course, she was to face Marion Renault tonight, a much taller fighter. She had to make some major range adjustments, but a lot of people think in Ketlen Vieira we could be looking at a future world title challenger, if not champion.
Absolutely. I mean, and she's really perfect for this weight class. Very big, strong, and she comes with aggressive, good hooks, good punches, and obviously a finisher when it hits the mat. And that's why I'm so curious to see where this fight plays out. Do these women slug it out and test their stand-up skills? I don't see that happening for Ketlen because of the outcome of her last fight against Irene Aldana, where she got knocked out pretty viciously. So I expect her to go out there, be aggressive, move forward, look for the takedown, try to get Sarge on her back, stay on top, use ground and pound, and ultimately try to use her submission skills tonight, John.
Vieira was a Brazilian wrestling champion back in 2009. Jiu-Jitsu, though, was her first martial art at 12 years old. Then she sort of gravitated to judo for a little bit. But the dream of being a pro fighter and a UFC fighter for her really dates to childhood. We mentioned some of the injuries. She had knee surgery in 2019, a grueling 6 months of rehab and physical therapy. But she's talked a lot about sort of volume striking and self-belief being linked. And the more she believes in herself, the more volume and combination she is able to throw. So, sounds trite, but it's all in front of Ketlen Vieira here tonight as she tries to move to 5-1 inside the octagon. These fighter odds are brought to you by DraftKings. Playing free UFC 253 pools all night on DraftKings for your shot at over $10,000 in prizes. Don't wait. Download the app now and use code UFC when you sign up. DraftKings, you can bet on it. So Ketlen Vieira, about a 2-1 favorite here tonight. Sijara Eubanks is the plus 170 underdog. All right, this tale of the tape is sponsored by Howler Head. The Brazilian Ketlen Vieira is 29. Sijara Eubanks is 35. Made her pro debut 2 days before her 30th birthday. Vieira, 4 inches taller, less pronounced in reach, where she will have a 1-inch advantage. All right, now for the introductions, back inside to Bruce Buffer.
Ladies and gentlemen, this fight is 3 rounds in the UFC bantamweight division. Introducing first, fighting out of the blue corner, a mixed martial artist holding professional record, 7 wins, 4 losses. She stands 5 feet 4 inches tall, weighing in at 136 pounds. Fighting out of Brick, New Jersey, by way of Springfield, Massachusetts, USA, Sijara Sarge Eubanks. And now introducing her opponent, fighting out of the red corner, a mixed martial artist holding professional record, 10 wins, 1 loss. She stands 5 feet 8 inches tall, weighing in at 136 pounds. Fighting out of Minas Amazonas, Brazil, presenting the number 7 ranked bantamweight contender in the world, Ketlen Vieira. And when the action begins, our referee in charge, Jason Herzog.
All right, here we go. Main card debut for Sijara Eubanks, or pay-per-view debut, I should say. Red De La Cruz, Camilo Oliveira with us here on UFC Fight Island.
Are you ready? Fight!
And with that touch of gloves, we are underway. Ketlen Vieira is in yellow. Sijara Eubanks is in the all-black.
Wasted no time closing that distance.
We'll see how the former flyweight Sijara Eubanks deals with one of the bigger bantamweight frames in Ketlen Vieira.
Good job there from Sarge, turning her around. It looked like Ketlen was waiting for that knee attempt so she could scoop underneath.
The Amazon original series, The Boys, is back with more diabolical mayhem. Watch the epic new season now only on Prime Video. Nice combination from Ketlen Vieira, staying long with that jab early. Eubanks counters effectively.
Nice work mixing in those kicks.
Nice leg kick from Sarge.
Yeah, I know in talking to Ryan, her coach in the corner tonight, that in her last fight for Sajara, they wanted a lot of more kicks out of her, but she just never got the opportunity. So I expect to see some of them, especially to the legs tonight.
It was a wild start to that fight September 1st between Sajara Eubanks and Julia Avila. And a moment ago, Eubanks landed a crushing right hand. Vieira wants to clinch here.
Yeah. Yeah, she's going to trade. She's going to do just enough of the kickboxing, stay on the outside, land some of these shots. But this is where she wants to be. She wants to close this distance, use her size, use her strength, and look for a takedown.
Eubanks did acknowledge the power of Vieira, but felt like that was sort of inexorably linked to her size and not so much any natural power. Yep.
Nice takedown defense there from Eubanks, and lands a nice uppercut on that break.
Ketlin Vieira out of range with that 1-2.
I'm telling you, for Eubanks, stringing these fights together as quickly as she has, she's just gaining confidence in herself, in her striking, and just in her ability to stay focused and not gas out, right? That was something that she was concerned about. Oh, man.
Heavy leather being thrown and landed by Ketlin Vieira there. Well, you'll see Angela Hill on our post-fight show later on ESPN Plus, and she has been a fighter who has really benefited from keeping an active schedule.
Yeah, what did she fight, 15 times this year, or where are we at?
It'll be 5 by the end of 2020. Under 2 minutes to go in round 1.
Nice. Oh, good return there from Ketlin Vieira.
Nice rip to the body by Eubanks. Vieira loads up on the left hook, unable to land.
And I think that's smart for Sarge, right? To try to go to the body a little bit more here. When you're facing somebody, a tall opponent like Ketlin, you got to attack what's open. And reaching over and going to the head is not always the best answer. Ooh, man, snappy right hand. Good movement there from Eubanks.
Oh, beautifully done there. Vieira rips the body and then goes up top. So largely a kickboxing match through 4+ minutes. Shot there from Vieira, nothing doing.
Yeah, Vieira didn't set that up at all, right? She's got to mix these strikes that she's landing well with and add that takedown in. So far, they're just two separate things. Her striking and then her wrestling. And to be successful with these takedowns, it gets to, oh man, these women are slinging some leather in there. Nice right hand there from Vieira.
And Dominic Cruz may be sitting home cringing when I talk about rust, but just 1 round of fighting for Ketlin Vieira in the last almost 3 years.
And they're brawling. And a takedown. See, there we go, right? You start slinging those punches together, and then you added that takedown, and she was successful with it.
So a good visual for the judges for Ketlin Vieira to end the round in the closed guard of Sajara Eubanks. Tonight's Corner Cam is brought to you by Body Armor Sports Drink. Superior hydration with no artificial flavors or dyes. Body Armor, the official sports drink of UFC. Grab one today at 7-Eleven.
In your nose, out your mouth. In your nose, out the mouth. Nice and calm. So, you're doing an excellent job. I think that takedown might have stole her the round, so we need to come out strong in the second, okay? You're doing a great job when you're hitting the body. If you come back up with that tight left hook, it's gonna land. When you finish your combinations, I need you dipping. Dip, okay? Don't engage in these brawls.
Nice right hand there from Eubanks over the top. Here's that uppercut after the takedown attempt, but then Ketlin Vieira, nice straight right. And here, she's mixing in these big punches and then level changes, gets around that outside reap and gets the takedown. Nice job mixing things up there.
3 UFC fight nights from Fight Island are coming to you live over the next 3 weeks. Former champion Holly Holm draws Irene Aldana. That one's October 3rd. 1 week later, it's Marlon Moraes versus Corey Sandhagen in a massive bantamweight showdown. And then October 17th, the long-awaited matchup between T-City, Brian Ortega, and the Korean zombie Chan Sung Jung. You can catch all the UFC action on ESPN and ESPN Plus next month from Fight Island.
And I like that in Eubanks' corner, Ryan, letting her know that that takedown probably stole that round for her. But then let her know the successful things that she did there. Going to the body, she has done well going to the body and attacking upstairs. And for Vieira, she's just got to keep doing what she's doing there, throwing those big punches and then mixing in her level changes. She did it again there. She gets the clinch and gets right back down to the ground where she wants to be. That's nice work there to mix in those punches to that takedown.
So Ketlen Vieira getting a little bit more comfortable, started to mix things up beautifully, and now has 2 takedowns on 4 attempts.
And we saw early in the fight when she was still a little, anxious and moving in there, she didn't quite throw punches to those takedowns, and she wasn't getting them. And Sajara did a great job of defending them, but now when Ketlen starts mixing in those punches, then she finds those takedowns.
Shape Your Legend in EA Sports UFC 4, available now on Xbox One and PS4. Eubanks closes up the guard here, 3.5 minutes to go in round 2. Vieira doing a nice job with that head pressure. That looks annoying.
Yeah, she's trying to dig that in there so she can get some separation, get those arms free so she can start landing that ground and pound. See there, she's going to dig it under the chin, especially when Sarge's head is up against the fence there. Super uncomfortable. And you see Sajara trying to angle, maybe look for a Kimura, but really she just wants to get some separation and get some space here. She's shaking her head, looking at her corner. It's not what she needs to do. She needs to push on the face here. Get her forearm in the face of Ketlen and try to get some separation. Push on the hips. She's got her foot here free. She's got to let go of the guard, right? The guard is not going to help her in this position up against the fence. Oh, wow.
All right, quick trigger by Jason Herzog in my mind there. He stands up the fighters.
Yeah, that's lucky for Sajara in that case.
Vieira got the takedown in round 1. Eubanks was unable to get up. She seemed to be working there, but Herzog not seeing enough action, and we're back in the middle of the octagon with just over 2 minutes to go.
Well, I do like how they're throwing, though, and when they get close, they start letting these punches fly. I think Sajara needs to start investing back into the body and coming back upstairs. There it is there, but nice counter there from Ketlen Vieira. Some good skills on display here from both of these women, especially on the feet. Not just head hunting, especially for Sajara. She's attacking the bottom, but beautiful countering from Ketlen.
Eubanks with a couple of nice jabs. Left hook just out of range. What's the biggest adjustment if you're Sajara Eubanks right now?
Well, you've got to stop those takedowns, right? And the takedowns are coming after Ketlen is mixing in her striking. So what she's got to do is she's try to be first and keep Ketlen on her back heel like she's doing now. Press forward, can't let her do that. You got to slip that and come back with her own. And I do think she's got to start attacking that leg. That lead leg is so out there because you're facing an opponent who's taller and longer than you. I think the calf kick would be a really nice adjustment for her right now in this second round. She's going to the body a lot, right? But when you're going to the body against somebody who wants to take you down, it's always high risk.
All right, Eubanks starting to put her strikes together now. She has landed more significant strikes unofficially, 37 to 30. 30 seconds now to go in round 2. Pretty good right hand now. The left hook lands for Vieira. Vieira circles, eats the body kick there towards the end of round 2.
All right, let's take a look at this takedown from Ketlen Vieira. She gets that outside trip again. She's done that at least twice throughout this fight. Here's some good body work again from Sijara Eubanks, and a big counter right over the top. And there's a solid right hand from Vieira right down the pipe through the guard of Sijara Eubanks.
I'm going to be honest with you. I think we're down 2 rounds, okay? I need you to stay focused. I need you to keep that left hook tight, throw with speed. Throw the right hands in the left hooks, get your combinations going, and dip after. We got to start throwing a couple home runs.
It's all ours. We trained for this. Be smart. You got to hit her. She's looking at your hand. You don't have to brawl. You don't have to brawl with her. Just hit her.
Round 3 is brought to you by P3, the official protein snack of UFC. For my money, nice job by both corners. Ryan Cafaro there, of course, your right-hand man in the corner of Sijara Eubanks. He's looking for a couple of home runs. He doesn't feel like the scorecards are going to be their friend tonight.
Hey, but listen, that's sometimes what you have to tell your fighter in between rounds. If you think they're down, you've got to let them know that this 3rd round, we got to go out, we really got to go for it. And I think that's good advice. And for Ketlen, they're letting her know, you've got this. You've been through this. You're conditioned for this. Let's go and get this. Stiff jab there.
Jab from Eubanks, trying to take that number 7 that resides next to the name of Ketlen Vieira.
It's a really skillful fight, though. I mean, I'm really impressed by both of these women in this fight. And there we go. We're seeing a little bit more aggressiveness there from Eubanks, which she needs to do, because she needs a 10-hit round to get a draw, or she needs to go out there and get a finish in this 3rd round.
Vieira rather easily gets the clinch here. Head strikes, Vieira 43, Eubanks 18.
Yeah, Eubanks, for Sijara, she's really, like Ryan said, got to throw some of those home runs. Got to start looking for those big overhands, dip in, left hooks, put your whole body behind it, and hope that you can get a knockdown. But the striking of Ketlen Vieira is also looking. Ooh, there's that left hook. That's exactly what she's got to do.
Right, that's a home run.
Yeah, that was a nice snappy left hook that Sarge just landed. Oh! And a right hand to follow up.
Looked like the right guard of Vieira was just raised enough to prevent any damage from that head kick, but now both women starting to open up late in the fight.
Yeah, now they're throwing. Now Sijara's finding some of these big strikes that she needs to find. That head kick landed. Oh! Nice movement, though. But these girls are fighting, man. I love this fight so far. Oh, stiff jab from Ketlen Vieira.
It's been there all night. It's one thing to have length, it's another thing to use it effectively. Vieira just misses on the counter. Eubanks got a late start in MMA, as we mentioned off the top, and really wants to make up for lost time. Believes she has a good 5 years, and that was a pretty good right hand she landed a moment ago.
Yeah, and she got her guard back up nicely, because Ketlen Vieira has been really good throughout the night of countering Sijara Eubanks. As she does to go to the body, she'll do a really nice combo, but then Ketlen comes back, and that was good job there from Sijara to get her hands up and protect herself.
Oh, man. Both women landing there. Kind of hard to see which of those strikes are landing and which aren't. Coming up on 2 minutes now to go in the fight.
I think it's a combination of both. I think they're both landing. It's who's landing the more significant one.
Eubanks lands to the body with the left hand a moment ago.
Nice movement there from Sijara.
That's what she should be doing, yep.
Yeah, she's got to hit and then circle out, because what Ketlen's doing is landing her combination and then looking for a clinch, looking for a takedown on top of that. See, if you stand in front of her too long, she's going to try to grip you up. She's going to try to grab you. Ooh, nice liver shot.
Lands to the body. Eubanks has done a pretty good job closing the distance and finding her way into striking range. But of course, her coaches believe she is down 2-0. Not a terrible shot from Vieira, but Eubanks able to stay upright. 1 minute now to go.
Yeah, 1 minute. Been a great fight so far. This third round especially, a very good striking battle between these two ladies. Nice little body kick there from Sajara. Nice, good movement.
And a good counter from Eubanks after Vieira had landed.
Nice job there. So tall, trying to jump on Vieira's back is going to be a difficult task here in the third round. With 19 seconds left, she just got to start throwing leather.
Perhaps a late submission attempt here.
Not going to happen.
Big ground strikes late from Eubanks.
Great
So
fight.
Sajara Eubanks and Ketlin Vieira go the distance. Competitive 15-minute fight featuring 2 of the division's top 13 in the weight class in which they are all chasing the all-time great, the future Hall of Famer, the Lioness Amanda Nunes. All right, this fight replay is brought to you by GovX. If you have a military or first responder background, get ultimate deals on the gear you love at govx.com.
Well, let's take a look at some of the handiwork there from Sajara. Good overhand right, big uppercut. Going back and forth, nice right hand from Vieira. And here's a good takedown. She set that up with some good punches, ended up on top. But here's another exchange, body, body, head. Counter right hand from Vieira. Back and forth. This was the story of the fight. There's that nice straight right from Vieira. She really was on form tonight, mixed things up well. But a shout out to Sajara as well. Really started to find her rhythm in that third round. Look at that head movement there, avoiding those big shots. I mean, that was a fantastic matchup between both of these women tonight.
All right, the official decision is brought to you by Guaranteed Rate. You could save massive money on your mortgage with the incredibly low rates from Guaranteed Rate. Act now by visiting rate.com. With the scorecards, here is the buff.
Ladies and gentlemen, after 3 rounds, we go to the judges' scorecards for a decision. All 3 judges score this contest 29-28 for the winner by unanimous decision, Ketlin Philomeno Vieira.
All right, we are here with your winner, Ketlin Vieira. It is great to see you back. I know it has been a long year for you. Congratulations on a great performance tonight. How do you feel?
O ano foi bem longo para você. Parabéns por uma grande performance hoje à noite. Como é que está se sentindo?
Eu me sinto muito bem, estou muito feliz de estar aqui. Primeiramente, toda a honra e toda a glória ao Senhor Jesus. Mestre Dedé, essa vitória é para você. Você é um campeão, te admiro, te respeito muito.
I feel very well. I got to give all this honor to Jesus. And, you know, Dede, this is all for you. This is in your honor.
Your jab looked great tonight. Go ahead.
Dia 28 agora é aniversário da minha mãe. Eu não vou estar perto dela, vou estar viajando, retornando para o Brasil. Eu quero dizer, mãe, eu te amo muito. Você é meu maior exemplo de mulher guerreira. Te amo. Robertinha, te amo. Tudo nosso.
My mom's birthday is on the 28th. I'm going to be flying back to Brazil then, so I want to give her a big kiss here.
Before I let you go, I know you've dealt with some injuries. It's been a long time for you to get back in this octagon. We have a big fight in your division next weekend. How soon might we see you back in here?
Você lidou com algumas lesões, demorou para você voltar aqui. Tem uma grande luta na semana que vem. O que você acha?
Eu sempre falo que eu sou igual uma flecha. A flecha a gente puxa para lá e para frente. Então isso que aconteceu comigo. Dia 14 de dezembro não foi eu que caí aqui dentro, mas sim tudo aquilo que me impedia de me tornar campeã.
I always say I'm like an arrow. You got to pull it back for it to go forward, you know. So in December, that was not me. I'm here to be the champion.
You're right in the mix after a big win tonight. Ladies and gentlemen, your winner, Ketlin Vieira.
That post-fight interview was brought to you by EA Sports UFC 4. Shape your legend in EA Sports UFC 4, available now on Xbox One and PS4. Big win there from Ketlin Vieira. And just an outstanding performance from both these women. That was a back-and-forth battle on the feet, but she definitely pulled it out, had the takedowns, and just had the more volume in this fight tonight, John.
And if you know all that Ketlin Vieira has been through, she was all the rage after turning back Sarah McMahon and Kat Zingano, right? Now she's back in the mix in a big way after turning back Sarge tonight. All right, keep it locked on UFC Fight Pass with several new original shows coming this fall. New episodes coming soon from Fight Lore, UFC Chronicles, Knockouts Only, UFC Watch Party, Fight Physics, and Year of the Fighter. Download the UFC app today. All right, these locker room shots are brought to you by P3, the official protein snack of UFC. So last time Kai Kara-France fought, he had 10,000 Kiwis screaming his name in Auckland. Tonight, no crowd, but you can be sure all of New Zealand is watching this one as Kara-France tries to take his career to the next level by getting past the energetic 28-year-old Factory X product, Brandon Royval. His UFC debut produced a win and a finish, but left largely unsatisfied, which has many fans excited to see what he can produce for an encore tonight. Our featured bout is at flyweight. It is yours coming up.
I told you you'd make it to the big show. Now here we are.
Rated T for teen.
All right, these fight odds are brought to you by DraftKings. Play in free UFC 253 pools all night on DraftKings for your shot at over $10,000 in prizes. Don't wait. Download the app now and use code UFC when you sign up. DraftKings, you can bet on it. A lot of people fancy Brandon Royval, a live underdog at plus 185. Kai Kara-France entrenched as the minus 220 betting favorite in the division in which they're all chasing the Brazilian champ, Davison Figueiredo. Seemingly coming out of nowhere to get it done in his debut, Brandon Royval now has his sights set on flyweight contention, and he'll be right in the mix should he be able to spring the upset here against Kai Kara-France.
A year ago, Colorado's Brandon Royval was a prospect putting together the resume that would earn him a call from the UFC. Tonight, he's a bona fide top 10 flyweight contender, and one looking to ascend further by taking out New Zealand's Kai Kara-France.
Fighting Kai Kara-France tonight is just a great opportunity in itself, man. It's an opportunity to go out there, shine. It's a great platform for me to go out there and make a name for myself.
The battle I'm expecting with Brandon is a 3-round war. He's going to come forward. I'm going to come forward. We're both going to swing.
The owner of 4 UFC wins since making his promotional debut in 2018. Kai Kara-France has the main card spotlight for the second time tonight, and he expects to make the most of it by following up his February win over Tyson Nam with a similar result against Brandon Royval.
I have the advantage on the feet, definitely. Striking, my footwork, my speed, and just my knockout power. It's always going to be there. I just have to be patient and pick my shots.
If you only get one chance to make a first impression, Brandon Royval made it count, seizing his moment in May with a submission of veteran contender Tim Elliott that earned the pair the Fight of the Night bonus. Now the Raw Dog looks to deliver a worthy encore here on Fight Island.
I'm going to beat Kai just because I put in a lot of work and poured a lot of love into the sport, man, and I think that's what I'm going to get out of it.
Brandon Royval has been very clear about his goal. He is bonus hunting here in Abu Dhabi. After earning a Performance of the Night award in his UFC debut earlier this year, he hopes to follow up with another impressive victory. And throughout this fight week, the excitement just radiates off of him. You can just tell he's really living his dream. And as it relates to opponent Kai Kara-France, Royval told us that, he really feels like this matchup is tailor-made for him. He believes he'll be able to show off his creativity and the wild side to his striking, which for the Colorado native is a perfect recipe for him to earn another $50K.
And to his parents, Marie and Chris, look at your boy now, right? Brandon told us of a time growing up in a one-bedroom apartment for the family of 4. It has been an amazing rise for this 28-year-old out of Englewood, Colorado. Second UFC appearance, used to work overnights and not sleep just to preserve this dream, because at Factory X under Mark Montoya, he don't care about your nighttime job. You can't miss practice. And Royval really believes now he is ready to put that proverbial best foot forward as a mixed martial arts athlete.
Well, it would seem that no sleep training helped him out here on Fight Island, perhaps. But this kid's exciting, man, and to debut the way he did, to go out there against a veteran in Tim Elliott and get that finish and get the bonus, just got to be such a confidence booster. You work your life, you're in the regional scene, just hoping and praying to get there. You see everybody get bonuses, you want it so bad, and then to make that come true for yourself and keep your head on your shoulders and come in here Fight Island on this big, huge pay-per-view, get a main card spot. He knows where he sits in this division. He knows with a win over Kai Kara-France, he's right there in the title picture.
And he believes he has a lot of advantages in this matchup: speed, athleticism. Respectfully, he called Kai Kara-France sort of a basic striker and a basic kickboxer, and he talked about these Factory X breakdowns where they give you a couple things to think about, and he was pleasantly surprised when the text message said, just be yourself and you can win this fight. Well, he's one of the best flyweights in the world, and he has the number 7 next to his name to prove it. Enter Kai Kara-France, 6th UFC appearance, 4-1 overall inside the octagon. He's won 9 of 10, and he told us this is the biggest sporting moment in New Zealand in 2020. Speaking big picture of UFC 253, not just talking about his own fight. Israel Adesanya, of course, is waiting in the wings, but the All Blacks aren't playing right now. He believes the entirety of New Zealand is watching this fight tonight, and he certainly wants to make a statement against Brandon Royval.
Yeah, absolutely. And to go out here tonight, and be on the same card with all his teammates and Izzy on this pay-per-view spot. And he talked about, the nickname Don't Blink. He really wants to go out there and would like to go back to living up to that, right? Go out there, get a big finish, get a knockout. But he's also an intelligent fighter from an intelligent camp in City Kickboxing, where he knows he doesn't want to go out there chasing it aggressively, get himself caught, get himself in trouble. So he's going to do his thing and be himself. He just trusts that eventually he's going to find that knockout and get that big finish that he's been looking for.
Yeah, our producer Zach Candido asked him softly about that elusive first UFC finish, and he sort of deadpan, yeah, my nickname's Don't Blink, so might want to get a finish, right? Yeah. But we will see how it goes for Kai Kara-France, still just 27 years old, and he has accrued a wealth of mixed martial arts experience. All right, this Tail of the Tape is sponsored by Howlerhead. Kai Kara-France is 27, Brandon Royval 28 as of last month. Royval 5 inches taller than his New Zealand counterpart. Reach advantage resides with Kai Kara-France, just an inch. All right, now for the intros, back inside of Bruce Buffer.
Ladies and gentlemen, this fight is 3 rounds in the UFC flyweight division. Introducing first, fighting out of the blue corner, a brawler holding a professional record, 11 wins, 4 losses. He stands 5 feet 9 inches tall, weighing in at 126 pounds. Fighting out of Englewood, Colorado, USA, presenting the number 9 ranked flyweight contender in the world, Brandon Raw Dog Royval. And now introducing his opponent, Fighting out of the red corner, a mixed martial artist holding professional record, 21 wins, 8 losses, 1 no contest. He stands 5 feet 4 inches tall, weighing in at 126 pounds. Fighting out of Auckland, New Zealand, presenting the number 7 ranked flyweight contender in the world, Kai, don't blink, Kara France. And when the action begins, our referee in charge, Lucas Zataki.
The beautiful Camila Oliveira is getting us started, representing the great nation of Brazil. Brandon Royval.
Ready.
Out of Factory X, taking on City Kickboxing's Kai Kara France. Kara France aligning with City Kickboxing after his stint on The Ultimate Fighter. Royval with a kick-heavy attack early. He is in white. Kai Kara France is in black.
Royval talked about, you know, Kai Kara France's stand-up being maybe a little basic, but he did give him credit and say, but he's very good at what he does out there. So he
huge right hand and an early knockdown for Kara France. Simultaneously they land. That looked like an illegal knee. One knee was grounded, but the action continues. Furious start here in the flyweight division.
Oh, he's looking for... It's across the chin, though. He's not going to get this choke, but man, does that look uncomfortable right now. Look at the jiu-jitsu skills from Brandon Royval. God, he's got this omoplata. He's got the omoplata. But Kai Kara France doing a good job. He's trying to get his posture back up. He's going to try to put that knee across the belly here, but you see Brandon doing a good job of controlling that leg there, so he can't do that. Now he's got it free. Wow, what a start to this fight, John.
I'm telling you. It'll be all championship fights the rest of the way, but a scintillating start to this one. It looked like maybe simultaneous knockdowns are close to it.
Yeah, the spinning back fist and the right hand landed at the same exact time.
And now put a little jiu-jitsu in your pipe.
My goodness. Oh, whew.
And we are being told that perhaps that knee landed to the neck area, so perhaps not illegal, but that is neither here nor there. 3 minutes and change to go round one.
Yeah, right. I mean, who cares? The fight's continuing. That was a crazy exchange, and I'll live with it. Everybody seems to be okay and still fighting, so we'll move on until we know for sure, right? Nobody's teeth's on the canvas, so we'll be good. Wow. I mean, spinning back this right hand, little double knockdown. That one of the best moments of the night so far for me. And good work here from Brandon Royval to just be all over Kai Kara France right now. Looking to take his back. Kai doing a good job of turning back into him. He's going to try to end up back on top. Good job there from Kara France.
The Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu black belt Brandon Royval has no problem playing the grappling game as he gets back to work with the jab now.
Oh, there's another spinning back fist. Man, you gotta love the flyweight.
Serious pressure from Royval.
Clipped him with that knee. Another one, and now Kai Kara France coming back with some big punches. Man.
How good is this? Stephen Wonderboy Thompson approves. Beautiful body kick from Royval.
Oh, he rocked it with that knee. He's looking for the neck now, John. He's letting it go. He's trying to re-tee it up.
Kara France warned there for grabbing the shorts of Royval. Kai appeared to recover pretty quickly, but
I can't tell how tight that is.
Here.
Here's the problem with where he's at in this position, right? Is Brandon Royval's up against the fence, so in order to squeeze, he wants to be able to position himself. Not that he wants to pull back. You actually don't want to pull back on the guillotine. You actually want to pull in and squeeze on the neck. Good job there from Kara France to get out of that position. Nice sweep there from Brandon Royval. Looking for a leg. You can't even call these fights with these flyweights because so much is happening at a given time.
They certainly don't care about my promo. Shape Your Legend in EA Sports UFC 4, available now on Xbox One and PS4. Less than a minute now to go in the round. A round that has had it all. Little slip there from Royval.
Yeah, Kai Kara-France's been doing a good job of kicking that base leg out of Royval. Ooh, man. Kai's swinging now. Ooh, good left hand. Oh, man, nice combinations here from Brandon.
Oh, and a counter right from Kara-France, but Royval putting it all together on the
He
feet.
doesn't care, right, John? He gets clipped that right hand. He comes right back in with that knee. They've been rocking each other back and forth throughout this entire fight.
Royval rips the body, now goes upstairs. But man, does he look like he belongs in this division's top 10. He was happy to see that number 9 next to his name. One of the better rounds of 2020 right there. Tonight's Corner Cam brought to you by Body Armor Sports Drink. Superior hydration with no artificial flavors or dyes. Body Armor, the official sports drink of UFC. Grab one today at 7-Eleven.
A little water on your head. I want you to breathe for me for a second. Breathe for a second. Okay, listen to what I'm saying to you. You can't crash into the right hand.
Am I doing it again?
Yeah, a little bit. Now listen, I need you to work away from the right hand because that's the only thing he's caught you with. Your volume looks amazing. Okay, that's great. Volume looks amazing. When you get tight, find elbows. Listen to Alex. Here's water. Here.
Mid-range, the elbows are there. Just keep walking your right.
All right, let's take a look. I mean, I don't even know what happened in some of these exchanges. It was so crazy. That's a nice sweep there, kicking out the base leg. Big right hand. Royval ate that right hand, still gets back up. He can barely be up. Lands a spinning elbow. I thought it was a spinning back fist as Kai Kara-France lands on the neck. That was really close. I'm glad nothing happened with that right there because that would have been a shame if this fight could not continue because it is bananas right now what's going on in the octagon between these two warriors right now.
The unauthorized reproduction or distribution of this copyright work is illegal and punishable under law. Great synergy between pupil and head coach there with Mark Montoya and Brandon Royval. I thought Mark did an outstanding job giving Brandon a few things to chew on.
He really does. In between rounds, he's very calm and he says very specific things without overwhelming you. I love these knees from Brandon Royval up the middle there.
This fight.
Leg kicks. He's just, and that's one thing Mark Montoya said to him. He's, I love the volume. Just stop crashing into that right hand. Now the cardio of these guys is insanity. He's looking for that guillotine. He's got it. That's tight. John, that's tight.
You see a wince from Kai Kara-France.
He might go to sleep here. Oh, he's popping out. He's popping out. Oh, he's readjusting his feet. He got it! Oh,
Brandon Royval submits Kai Kara-France. The biggest win of his professional career comes tonight on Fight Island. There is a new flyweight contender, Brandon Royval.
I'm telling you, that kid is the truth right there. To come in here, those are your 2 UFC fights. You come in, you take out somebody like Kai Kara-France in your second fight in the organization. Come on now.
2-0 in the UFC with as many submission wins for Brandon Royval. He has never been finished. The overall winning streak is 4. And what a moment for the Colorado
man. Oh, I'm glad I'm here on Fight Island, John. It's moments like that that make it worth it. That was unbelievable for that kid to come in here and do what he just did here.
All right, this fight replay is brought to you by GovX. If you have a military or first responder background, get ultimate deals on the gear you love at govx.com.
All right, let me take a look at this again. He immediately cinches up this tight guillotine, and it looked like Kai Kara-France's head might pop out for a second, but you see him wincing. You see how tight this guillotine is. Look at this foot adjustment. That's ultimately what he does. He triangles his legs and gets that squeeze and gets the tap. Unbelievable.
And then an immediate display of sportsmanship.
Yeah.
As he tried to attend to Kai Kara-France, and it looked like both fighters came over and had a nice moment with UFC President Dana White and Dean Thomas and Matt Serra. But man, what an incredible 2020 it has been for the former LFA flyweight champion, Brandon Royval. All right, the official decision is brought to you by Guaranteed Rate. You could save massive money on your mortgage with the incredibly low rates from Guaranteed Rate. Act now by visiting rate.com. All right, to make it official, here's Bruce Buffer.
Ladies and gentlemen, referee Lucas Satake's called an end to this contest at 48 seconds of round number 2, declaring the winner by submission due to a guillotine choke, Brandon Raw Dog Royval.
Wow, here he is, Brandon Royval, 2-0 in the UFC, but no win bigger than that one. I know you were kind of hard on yourself after a big win and a performance bonus back in May. Beautiful effort tonight, man. How do you feel?
My dumbass got dropped twice, but other than that, I feel good, man. We could do better out there, but fuck it, man. I get in there and I fight, and that's all there is to it, right?
So you guys combined for one of the best rounds of 2020, but then in round 2, it was all you. What were your thoughts there in terms of the adjustments going into that second round?
I feel like I didn't make any good adjustments, but I was like, all right, I'm going to pick up that pace on him. So that was kind of going through my head, just pick up the pace and just stay on him. He was throwing bombs, and I could feel I was longer and popping off more shots. He definitely was landing the harder of the 2 shots for sure, but it is what it is, man. We're out here trying to make statements. Hey, thank you, Ed. Thank you, Cyrus, bro. I appreciate everything you guys are doing.
Hey, before I let you go, I know you felt like you had a lot of advantages in the matchup, speed, athleticism, but the grappling, man, just too much tonight. Your thoughts on the fight-ending sequence?
I did not have the power there. That fool had the way advantage on the power. I don't know. I'm going to have to look it over. I don't know. I pulled it out of my ass. We're here. Whatever. It is what it is. We're out here making statements. I think that makes me number 7 or number 6 or something, so whatever. We're doing this, baby. What's up?
So what's the forecast for the rest of the year now?
The forecast, the rest of the year, man, I was going to call someone out of the top 5, but I don't know. I got to work on some shit. I got dropped right off the bat. And, yeah, we're going to go back to the drawing board and see what happens.
Well, Factory X has a new contender. He is Brandon Royval. Congratulations, Brandon Royval, your winner by submission.
Man, this kid's got to get on top of himself and stop putting himself down. But anyway, I want to talk about a tweet that we ran earlier where a gentleman made a $2,000 bet on Knight, Dawoodu, and now Royval, and he just won himself a nice, cool $20,500 some on that bet. Congratulations to that guy, I can tell you right now.
How about that? Hopefully he didn't hedge and he's taking all of that home. That is a heck of a parlay.
But how about this kid, John? This kid's incredible. He thinks he stinks. He's not watching the same fights of himself that I'm watching right now, because this kid's unreal, man. Sign me up to watch him fight on any pay-per-view.
Just turned 28, and I would think a very interesting proposition for the rest of the flyweight contenders. He will have at least a number 7 by his name when the new UFC rankings are released next week. All right, what's coming up is brought to you by EA Sports UFC 4. Shape your legend in EA Sports UFC 4, available now on Xbox One and PS4. So back in February, Dominic Reyes went 25 minutes with John Jones, and after 5 rounds, Reyes believed he had won the fight. Many agreed with him, but that is the past. And the present for the number 1 contender is the second UFC title shot tonight. And it comes against the also deserving Polish wrecking machine, Jan Blachowicz. He has a list, a handful of contenders. Twitching on the canvas, he believes his power, among other things, is going to be the difference tonight as he vies to deliver another UFC championship to the nation of Poland. It's the co-main event for the vacant light heavyweight title, and it's coming up next. Truly a matchup for the ages. Justin Gaethje versus Tony Ferguson for the UFC's interim lightweight title. Tonight's winner is getting that crack against the undisputed champion, Khabib Nurmagomedov.
2 of the very best with a lot on the line. Oh, my God. Gaethje swinging for the bleachers. Oh, this is crazy. The punishment on Ferguson's face.
He's getting beat up. Oh, he's hurt bad. They're going to stop the fight.
That's it. Justin Gaethje. He's the UFC's interim lightweight champion.
Do you not want that on you? Why'd you just throw that off?
Wait for the real one. Justin Gaethje will have a date with Khabib Nurmagomedov.
Khabib Nurmagomedov is 28-0. That is unheard of. He's dominated spectacular fighters. He's defeated world champions.
Khabib Nurmagomedov! The perfect streak continues.
No one runs through people the way Khabib does. He smashes people. He's an undeniable, unstoppable force. Justin Gaethje presents the most dangerous challenge to his title reign.
Khabib Nurmagomedov, 28-0.
Dominating everyone in his path.
The highest level of mixed martial arts. Khabib has won every single fight by taking you down and mauling you. Justin Gaethje has never been taken down and mauled.
This dude is the most dangerous guy in the division for Khabib Nurmagomedov.
Scariest guy in the division next to Khabib.
Justin Gaethje can beat Khabib.
Before fight, everybody talk about now is good challenge. What they gonna say after when I smash him?
Khabib is relentless. He is ruthless. He is a smash machine.
I dominate every single opponent. No one even close. I'm gonna smash him very badly.
The most violent man in the most violent sport.
I want to be the best 155-pound man on the planet Earth, so Khabib's got to go.
One of the most anticipated fights in UFC history.
Champion versus champion.
This is a massive fight the world will be watching.
It won't be long now. These UFC lightweight rankings are brought to you by EA Sports UFC 4. Shape your legend in EA Sports UFC 4. Available now on Xbox One and PS4. So it will be a title unification bout October 24th between the champion Khabib Nurmagomedov and the interim champion Justin Gaethje. Poirier, Ferguson, Hooker, McGregor, and the rest are waiting in the wings. But I know, Paul Felder, you are looking forward to the clarity that will be afforded us on October 24th at UFC 254. And at this time, we are happy to reveal the main card coming up later this month. It'll be the first time we have a 6-fight pay-per-view main card since UFC 190 back in the day, and a lot of meat on the bone, as they say, Kid.
Absolutely. I mean, you take a look at this card, there's a lot of fights that stand out. Robert Whittaker, Jared Cannonier, Alexander Volkov, Walt Harris, Islam Makhachev, Rafael Dos Anjos. I mean, Cynthia Calvillo getting back in there. And obviously, at the top of that, Khabib Nurmagomedov and Justin Gaethje. Come on, man. I could not be in this division, and I would still be dying to see what's going to happen in this lightweight championship bout. I mean, these two killers are going at it. Justin Gaethje has looked absolutely fantastic in his last couple fights, just tearing apart everybody. And Khabib, obviously, has beaten absolutely everybody in his career.
That is about as fascinating a stylistic championship matchup as we can put on paper. And when we return to UFC pay-per-view in October, that will be your headlining fight. Well, it was once considered the UFC's glamour division, but the belt changed hands a lot from 1997 to 2011. And then, of course, John Jones arrived and would go on to have his hand raised in 15 straight title fights. Daniel Cormier, of course, made his presence felt on the throne as well. But, Paul, within the half hour or so, we're going to have a new UFC light heavyweight champion and a guy not named DC or Johnny Bones.
I know.
First time in a long time.
Yeah, it's crazy. But you know what? It's good. I'm sure these guys feel like there's a bit of a chip on their shoulders that they're going to go in there and still have not had him, dethroned.
That new shiny belt, though, looks pretty good. These fighter odds brought to you by DraftKings, playing free UFC 253 pools all night on DraftKings for your shot at over $10,000 in prizes. Don't wait. Download the app now and use code UFC when you sign up. DraftKings, you can bet on it. All right, so a new era will be ushered in as Dominic Reyes and Jan Blachowicz collide for the title of undisputed UFC light heavyweight champion, and the winner will head home having effectively changed his life forever.
News breaks, John Jones has vacated the 205-pound championship.
He has interest in fighting at heavyweight. So at UFC 253, Dominic Reyes will fight Jan Blachowicz for the vacant light heavyweight title.
Welcome to a new door.
I want the belt. I've always wanted the belt. When I first started training, it was for the belt. Doesn't matter if it's John or whoever. When I set goals, I accomplish them. And this is another goal that I intend on accomplishing.
Welcome to a new day.
When I signed contract with UFC, my goal was title, that I want to be the best.
Oh, big right. Anderson's down and out.
Now, my dream is a little bit closer. Nothing can stop me.
One way or another, that night, we will have a new light heavyweight champion of the world.
We're here again, and I'm going to once again prove that I'm the best in the world. This fight is going to be a beautiful showcase of power, skill, and technique.
Oh! Dominic Reyes is for real, ladies and gentlemen. Look at that.
And Dominic Reyes believes that he should be the champion anyways. He thought he won the fight against John Jones.
Jones retreats.
You clearly showed that you can compete against the very best ever.
All that fight did for me was level me up to this level that I didn't even think I had in me. So going forward, I'm finishing fights.
Oh! Early knockdown for Reyes.
Dominic is really good fighter, young, hungry, but I think that I find a way how to beat him and stop him.
Oh, Blachowicz teeing off now.
I've been in this sport all my life.
Jan Blachowicz is as tough as they come, man. He has been a man on a mission.
I think I'm a really technical guy. I can fight in the ground, in the wrestling, and in the stand-up.
When he lands, he can shut your lights off.
Oh! Huge left from Blachowicz.
He's out.
Jan Blachowicz stops Luke Rockhold in his tracks.
I'm a terrible matchup for Jan. I'm fast, I'm sharp, I'm technical. The key is his movement. I move extremely well, and he doesn't.
Oh! Right at the gun! Dominic Reyes!
I believe in myself, in my power. It's gonna be second round, KO, and that's it. He's gonna feel the legendary Polish power.
This is not a game. I'm going to smash this fool.
Well, Joanna Jędrzejczyk was the first fighter from Poland to break through and realize a UFC championship. We'll see how it goes for Jan Blachowicz in his 15th UFC appearance here tonight. Dominic Reyes had just turned 15 years old when Blachowicz made his pro debut. The UFC debut for Blachowicz came in 2014, Paul, and at that time, he felt like he needed to make changes because he was in the big show. He went to a big city, a different camp, and the early returns weren't great. He realigned with his longtime head coach, Robert Yoch. And now he's won 3 straight, 7 of 8, and he realizes a world championship opportunity tonight.
You hear that from a lot of guys when they get signed to the UFC, right? That they need to step their game up. Oh, I need to switch my camp. I need to up my level. When they forget that it's the grassroots, it's these coaches, it's these people that care about them that got them to the big show, that got them to this opportunity. And it took Jan a little bit of time to figure that out. A few fights, maybe a couple losses, and he was like, wait a minute, why did I have to change everything in my life? Because I'm in the UFC now. Went back, and now he's been on a tear since then, and has looked fantastic. He's got the submission skills. He's got that power, like he likes to talk about, that Polish power, man. Blachowicz really, really, truly deserves to be in this title shot tonight, and I'm really happy for him.
So much power behind that right hand of his, works the body well. He's got a high fight IQ. He can fall back on a Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu black belt if need be. He certainly acknowledged the stand-up game of Dominic Reyes, the athleticism, but he likes facing southpaws. He has trained with several of them. And just a few months before he will become a father for the first time in December, Jan Blachowicz would like nothing more than to have a shiny new UFC title belt to bring into that delivery room. Now we await Reyes. Well, he almost realized the dream of playing in the NFL on Sundays, but the former Stony Brook University defensive back Dominic Reyes made a quick pivot to mixed martial arts, and he has only become one of the best 205-pound fighters in the world. Tonight, not unlike Blachowicz, he vies to become the 13th undisputed light heavyweight champion, and the John Jones fight in those 25 minutes has so much value for him. But if you look back at the beginning of that fight, he threw 80-plus strikes in the first 6 minutes. I can almost assure you he won't be doing that tonight.
No. It's a different fight, right? It's a different fight. Jan Blachowicz and John Jones are completely different style fighters, where John sits back, uses kicks, has those counter elbows and likes, to mix in a lot of his takedowns. Where Jan, you got to watch for that power bomb of a right hand early, especially as a southpaw. And that's why we talked about it earlier, that Blachowicz likes facing southpaws, because he's got a murderous right hand. And anybody, when you're facing somebody in that switch stance or that southpaw versus orthodox, it's that power hand that's your big weapon. So Blachowicz is going to be sitting back and waiting for that. He's going to wait for that opportunity for Reyes to throw a big kick, and for Dominic, I think he needs to attack with those big head kicks. Use that left leg. Keep Jan's right hand occupied at all times if you can.
This is a plus athlete in every sense of that term. He actually called out Jan Blachowicz after a win over Jared Cannonier back in the day. Of course, this fight will happen for the undisputed UFC title. And in hearkening back to that John Jones fight, and we may do that a lot tonight, Dominic realized what it takes to get to that championship level, and a lot of that is sort of pacing yourself, right, and feeling out the fight a little bit. He was up 3-0 according to a lot of people. Johnny Bones came on strong in the championship rounds, but now it is all in front of Dominic Reyes, and he hopes that belt is headed back to the great state of California with him after this one. All right. This championship tale of the tape is sponsored by Howler Head. The American Dominic Reyes is 30. Jan Blachowicz is 37. Reyes, the taller man, by 2 inches. Both fighters coming in right on the 205-pound championship mark. 1-inch reach advantage with Poland's Jan Blachowicz. All right, to get you primed for the co-main event, here is Bruce Buffer.
Ladies and gentlemen, this championship bout is presented by Tony Hawk's Pro Skater 1 and 2. Be the GOAT. Our 3 judges scoring this contest at Octagon side are Mike Bell, Anders Olsen, and Dave Torelli. And when the action begins, our referee in charge of the Octagon, Kevin Sataki. And now, this fight is 5 rounds for the undisputed UFC Light Heavyweight Championship of the World. Introducing first, fighting out of the blue corner, a mixed martial artist holding a professional record. 26 wins, 8 losses. He stands 6 feet 2 inches tall, weighing in at 205 pounds. Fighting out of Warsaw, Poland, presenting the number 3 ranked light heavyweight contender in the world, Jan Blachowicz. And now introducing his opponent, fighting out of the red corner, a mixed martial artist holding a professional record, 12 wins, 1 loss. He stands 6 feet 4 inches tall, weighing in at 205 pounds. Fighting out of Victorville, California, USA, presenting the number 1 ranked light heavyweight contender in the world, Dominic the Devastator Reyes!
Dominic. All right, gentlemen, you know the rules. Protect yourself at all time. Listen to my word of commands at all time. When I tell you to stop, you stop. Touch gloves. Let's dance.
So how about this? The undisputed UFC light heavyweight title is on the line. Also of note, Dominic Reyes has all 3 of his brothers in his corner for the first time in his UFC career. He is realigned with Alex Reyes, UFC veteran, who was his initial head coach. And after the John Jones fight, Dom asked Alex to become his head coach once again. And here we go. Jan Blachowicz is in red. Dominic Reyes out of the southpaw stance is in black. Blachowicz masterful with his counter strikes. That is not lost on Dominic Reyes. Early low leg attack for Jan.
Yeah, I expect to see some of that big left kick from Reyes. There we go.
It's amazing. There was a lot of natural sound in this arena until the title fight materialized, and now you can hear a pin drop.
Yeah, the tension is here now. And we got some title fights. We got some belts on the line, man. Especially for these light heavyweights. You know, John Jones has reigned over this division for so long. This opportunity is not lost on them. They know how big this is for their careers. Ooh! Ooh! Błachowicz got out of the way of that one just last second.
The Amazon original series, The Boys, is back with more diabolical mayhem. Watch the epic new season now only on Prime Video.
Put your fingers.
Those fingers have to be extended in the air and not open towards the opponent, thus the warning from the referee. Beautiful entry from Giannis. He lands the body kick right below that Reyes elbow.
Yeah, that was a nice combination there from Błachowicz.
And man, was Jan calm, cool, and collected this week.
Yeah, I'll say,
Nothing
man,
tense about him.
He cracks me up, man. I like talking to Błachowicz. He's a good interview. He's confident, and just kind of relaxed and does his thing, you know. And could just knock you out absolutely cold if he lands that right hand. So can Dominic. That's why this fight, that's why you feel that tension in the room right now. Both these guys know right hand for Błachowicz, that left side there for Reyes at any second.
Pretty good counter left from Reyes. Błachowicz has been the slightly busier man early. No surprise to see a more calculated approach out of Dominic Reyes early. Błachowicz with a flurry, unable to land.
Yeah, I mean, both these guys also first fight where it's 5 rounds this evening, so they're well aware, especially for Reyes, who knows, having been in there with Jones, having gone those championship rounds, knows how to pace himself now, pick his shots. He's got a lot of time to work.
And for Jan Błachowicz, this is his 3rd straight scheduled UFC 5-round fight. A win over Jacare Souza November of 2019, and then a main event win over Corey Anderson with John Jones watching in Rio Rancho, New Mexico earlier this year.
Yeah, lots of patience being. Ooh, nice. I like that combination from Błachowicz. Go into that left body kick quite frequently after that big right hand.
And I've heard you talk a lot about investing in the body, especially in a 25-minute fight.
Smart not to headhunt. And when I say the body, for me, in my mind, that includes the legs. But you see, again, he's going to that nice left kick. And look at the footprint already on the ribs of Reyes.
That's pretty intense. Also some redness on that lead leg of Dominic Reyes, but man.
Yeah, I feel like Błachowicz is one of those guys, even when he's throwing some of these techniques, they don't look that hard. I feel like they are, you know. Some guys are just built different.
Reyes wisely raises the guard there. Final 30 seconds now of round 1 of a possible 5.
Yeah, both guys have had their moments, but Błachowicz being busy and following up his big punches and landing to the leg or to that right side of Reyes. It's a smart investment here in the first round.
Yeah, Błachowicz has thrown nearly twice as many strikes. 5 minutes down.
All right, let's take a look here. Here's Błachowicz landing this really nice kick right under the elbow on the right side of Dominic Reyes. Again, right there, you see the bruising and swelling and just that redness already starting to form, as well as John said on that lead leg of Reyes.
2-1-1 angle, bro. Throw that kick. It's going to jam him. You got to establish that. Okay? Yeah. It's safer to throw it out there, too. Don't throw it in front. Okay? Other than that, you're doing good. You're seeing everything coming. You're moving well. You see what he got. Let's go in there and have fun. Let go. Let go, baby. All right? Stay patient. It's the water. Jest bardzo dobrze.
It's very good. It's very good.
Bardzo dobrze.
Very good.
All right, so the Blachowicz corner likes what they saw. On the other side, you saw Alex Reyes. Your thoughts on his message to his younger brother?
Yeah, he's just got to trust himself more, right? He's got to go out there, be a little more aggressive. He kind of was staying on the back foot. And you saw at the end of that round, he threw that big kick, but Jan did catch it. So that might be a little bit disconcerting for him, where it's like, okay, I landed that big body kick, but Blachowicz is on it. He's seeing it. There we go,
Nice.
and immediately
Lead
comes out
uppercut.
much more aggressive here in the second round. He's got to try to get the respect here of Blachowicz. That inside leg kick was working for him in the early parts of that first round, and he kind of got away from it. But then again, that could be because the counter to that big inside leg kick is a sharp right hand.
And again, Reyes doing a nice job blocking most of those shots from Jan Blachowicz.
And you know what I like about that left kick that Jan is finishing with? Where does that force Reyes to go? Towards his right hand.
There's that patented power right of Blachowicz. Reyes able to avoid it. Blachowicz backs up out of harm's way there. About a minute gone by here, round two. Nice job by Reyes pointing the toes to that body of Blachowicz, who continues to seemingly try to draw some offense out of Reyes so as to counter.
Yeah, you can tell that's what Blachowicz wants. He's sitting back and he's trying to force Reyes to throw one strike, and then he's going to counter with 2 or 3 and just keep those numbers tallying up. So even though he might have to block or eat one shot, he's trying to land 2, 3, maybe even 4 more after that, and throwing a diversity of kicks and punches and things like that, going to the leg, to the body. He's just making, Reyes miss a lot too here in the second round.
Oh, looked
Clipped
like
him
that
there.
right hand got through.
Clipped him.
So the plus 220 underdog Jan Blachowicz off to an outstanding start tonight as Reyes attacks the lower leg.
So far, that's been his most successful strike, is that inside leg kick.
John Jones is watching. Feels like the left kick to the body is open all day. Ooh. Nice combination for Poland's Blachowicz.
I was thinking the same thing. I agree with Jones that I do think that left kick is there, but my only thing that I think Reyes at the end of that first round, when Blachowicz ate it and then caught the kick and then the round ended, might be deterring him from throwing that kick right now.
Blachowicz with 2 times as many wins as Dominic Reyes has pro fights. 26 pro wins for Blachowicz, 13 fights for Reyes, who just missed on that head kick Blachowicz evades.
And I'm surprised I haven't seen a little more of that left kick coming out of Reyes because, ooh, nice job there. Now he's starting to throw a little bit more frequency. The head kick will occupy the right hand of Blachowicz. Nice kick.
Nice movement by Reyes with that upper body too. He seems to be more in it than he was just a moment ago. Just trying to let those athletic gifts take over. That'll work as he attacks that body. Now the leg.
Yeah, I like that. I like that Reyes is letting those kicks go more. That's what one of the things he's really known for is he throws a lot of kicks. He's obviously got a devastating left hand.
Man, that doesn't look pretty on that right side of Dominic Reyes.
Yeah, it's oh, nice. Mostly covered up there. Might snuck that right hand through. There he goes again. I love that left kick that he's finishing with. Oof.
Both guys starting to open up. Some nose damage for Reyes, who covers up here.
I didn't notice it until now. I'm looking at it. Oh, they're slinging. There's that left kick from Reyes.
Reyes really starting to open up, but Jan Blachowicz continues to land. 30 seconds to go in the round.
He's hurt. Reyes in a world of trouble. Jan Blachowicz has done it. He's the undisputed UFC light heavyweight champion. Poland, your guy got it done.
A Polish power down. We talked about it all week leading up to this fight. Blachowicz was busy. He was throwing combinations. He invested in the body. And when it got ugly in there, he threw power and got the finish. We have a new light heavyweight champion.
What a career resurgence it has been for the new champion, Jan Blachowicz. At one point in 2017, 2-4 in the UFC. He has now won 4 straight, 8 of 9. And now the path to light heavyweight gold and glory goes through Poland. Jan Blachowicz, undisputed UFC light heavyweight champion.
It's sinking in. Look at him. He's taking it all in right now. You know, sometimes it happens. You just have that outburst, and then it sinks in. I'm a UFC champion now.
This fight replay is brought to you by GovX. If you have a military or first responder background, get ultimate deals on the gear you love at govx.com.
All right, let's take a look. First of all, I got to acknowledge that he just said, John Jones, where are you? But let's take a look at this finish here from Blachowicz. He just had this air about him this whole week, like he knew he was going to get it done. He's coming out, he's aggressive, he busted up the nose, he busted up the ribs, he busted up the legs, and then ultimately he just sat him down. Oh, right. Oh, you see it snap the nose sideways of Dominic Reyes. And then here he goes, just laying on the pressure. He was countering so well as oh, look at that left hand. It's the left side for Blachowicz this time that sits him down. And then you see he's just starting to shell up. And Jan Blachowicz is the new champion, ladies and gentlemen.
And he will indeed have a belt when he welcomes a child to the world in December. And there's the reaction from Robert Yoch and the Blachowicz corner. His fiance, Dorota, there as well. Jan Blachowicz has broken through. He has done it. You got to think somewhere Joanna Jędrzejczyk is smiling. And certainly this a bitter pill to swallow for Dominic Reyes, who will build himself back up. He is still a young man, 30 years of age, but this light heavyweight division now belongs to Jan Blachowicz. The official decision brought to you by Guaranteed Rate. You could save massive money on your mortgage with the incredibly low rates from Guaranteed Rate. Act now by visiting rate.com. To make it official, here is Bruce Buffer.
Ladies and gentlemen, referee Kevin Satake has called a stop to this contest at 4 minutes, 36 seconds of round number 2. Declaring the winner by TKO and new undisputed UFC light heavyweight champion of the world, Jan Blachowicz.
Ladies and gentlemen, here he is, the undisputed UFC light heavyweight champion of the world, Jan Blachowicz. 37 years of age, you have finally gotten done. Can you describe what is going through your head right now?
I don't know. Only one is in my mind. John Jones, where are you? Don't be a quitter. I'm here. This is how we do it in Poland. I'm waiting for you.
Well, on behalf of the entire UFC world, we congratulate you on this world championship. You fought a beautiful fight. You were so relaxed and collected throughout this fight week. It seemed like you just knew you were going to turn in the performance of a lifetime, and you did just that.
You know, this is nothing new for me. You know, I have got 37 years old, lot of fights, so it's just fun. You know, soon I'm gonna be a father. This is something what I'm afraid the most.
I would imagine that is a scarier proposition for you.
So I'm really happy.
We're going to take a look at some of the replays. Obviously, we spent a lot of the broadcast talking about your right hand and your counterattack, but the left hand ultimately was a big factor tonight. Your thoughts on the finishing sequence?
Yeah, this is something what we prepared for Dominic. We've got really good sparring partners in our gym. Really good southpaw kickboxer, so I was ready for everything. I feel great today. The acclimatization was perfect, so Abu Dhabi is prepared. You know, it's made for me. Thank you, Abu Dhabi.
You certainly maximized this moment tonight. Before we let you go, any words for all of your Polish fans and fans around the world who are no doubt celebrating deep into the night?
First in Polish, okay? Polacy, dziękuję za wsparcie. Czułem to moc, którą mi wysyłacie. Dziękuję bardzo. poniedziałek wracam i imprezujemy cały miesiąc. So, one more time, thank you everybody, Polish fans, fans all over the world. You send me a lot of energy. I feel it tonight. Thank you one more time, and let's go. Let's keep it going.
You are about as classy as it gets, and you are now the best in the world at 205 pounds, the undisputed UFC light heavyweight champion, Jan Blachowicz.
Jan Blachowicz, congratulations, my friend. He goes out there and does it in fashion tonight. That left hook sits Reyes down and then ultimately just goes in with that power and finishes it. Polish power, John.
Absolutely incredible. Absolutely incredible as I catch my breath. Hard not to just feel so good for him and his family. And again, if his fight week demeanor was any indicator, you just knew that he was going to come up large tonight.
You did.
And he cashes big as a plus 220 underdog. Now look at the post-fight stats. Brought to you by DraftKings. Download the DraftKings app for free to get in on all the fight action. Use code UFC when you sign up. DraftKings, you can bet on it. And for a guy in John Jones, who won 15 straight title fights, right? Hand raised in 15 straight title fights. One guy who wasn't on his resume was Jan Blachowicz, and you do wonder what is going through the mind of Johnny Bones in New Mexico. I feel like this fight might have some juice for him now.
You know, I mean, listen, I gotta say, I agree with you there. You go out there and you do what Jan Blachowicz has been doing, and Reyes, you know, had that kind of fight with you, and he goes out there and does some in that kind of fashion that quickly into this 5-round fight. Like, come on, yeah, you're gonna want to know, oh man. So maybe there is some more challenges out there yet for Johnny Bones Jones. John, don't come beat me up, by the way.
Ha. So Jan Blachowicz is the new UFC light heavyweight champion, and that is a distinction that will never be taken away from him. All right, what's coming up is brought to you by EA Sports UFC 4. Shape your legend in EA Sports UFC 4, available now on Xbox One and PS4. And you know damn well what's coming up. The last style bender, Israel Adesanya, is a world-class striker with a mind for the fight game that few can match. And he is also the best kind of undisputed UFC champion, a guy who wants to prove himself by beating all of the biggest threats. Paulo Costa certainly checks that box among others, and tonight the Brazilian finally gets that elusive first crack at UFC gold. He believes he has put in all the right work to make the most of it tonight. Our championship main event is coming up next from Fight Island.
What's up, UFC? It's Jesse T. Usher, a.k.a. the Super Speedster from Amazon Prime Video's The Boys. Season 2 airing right now, but I'm here to find out who's going to have the fastest hands tonight.
It's hard being superior to every person on the planet. God should not have to feel that kind of pain.
You slipped Compound V to terrorists all over the globe to get you and your cronies into national defense.
That is amazing.
I hear that concept or that idea, that phrase all the time, find yourself, find yourself. Well, like, what if you never lost yourself?
Evan Tanner wrote, I plan on going so deep into the desert that any failure of my equipment could cost me my life.
Maybe it was just an accident, but a lot of people believe that he put himself in that situation with the intentions of not coming back.
I think he definitely realized what he had accomplished, but Evan, he had some severe demons that got in the way.
I heard many stories about him just kind of wandering off into the woods for days at a time. He would do this for fun.
If somebody told him not to, that's the first thing he did.
When people would talk about suicide and all this, I said, no, he had plans, and it just all went bad at the same time.
It was a simple mistake. You have to lose yourself to find yourself, you know, and losing everything, you find the things that really matter.
That right there, the W Abu Dhabi here on UFC Fight Island. 5-star boutique hotel. Doesn't even begin to describe it. It's just about a mile from the Flash Forum, site of tonight's historic UFC 253 pay-per-view event. And now live from the Flash Forum here on UFC Fight Island in Abu Dhabi, UAE. It is time for the main event for UFC 253, Adesanya versus Costa. These middleweight rankings are brought to you by EA Sports UFC 4. Shape your legend in EA Sports UFC 4. Available now on Xbox One and PS4. Israel Adesanya with that C next to his name. Paulo Costa with a number 2. Of course, Robert Whittaker in between them, the former champion. But this is about as good as it gets. 2 undefeated fighters competing for the sport's ultimate prize.
Oh, absolutely. This is the fight we've been waiting all night for, and it's finally here. And you look at these rankings, you look at some of these challengers and competitors that have gone in there. Rio Romero, Hermanson, who's been on a roll. Cannonier, who's coming up next. And now we finally get to see Costa and Israel go at it, man. It's coming up. Let's go.
So Israel Adesanya and Paulo Costa have forged a path of destruction at 185 pounds. And in so doing, they have set the stage for what is as anticipated as any UFC title fight in recent memory. Here, now, with the highest of stakes. Someone's O has got to go. He has taken this sport by storm. He moves every needle, celebrity and otherwise, that you would want him to move. He is 17-0, but tonight he figures to be facing his stiffest challenge to date as Israel Adesanya takes on Robert Whittaker.
The goals I have is names, and I want to be the guy that took out everyone, so when it's all said and done, they'll be like, man.
Oh! Whittaker nearly out on his feet. Adesanya trying to close it out. Israel Adesanya!
He's the GOAT. He's the greatest of all time.
I got this heavy-ass Ricky Martin wannabe. He been talking, so I'm gonna smash him, bro. I don't like this guy, this Israel guy. I want to rearrange his face. Trust me, when I'm done with him, he'll really look like Ricky Martin. Watch. Let's fight, let's fight.
He's shameful. He talk a lot. It's personal.
Adesanya versus Costa is the most exciting middleweight championship fight of all time. In Paulo Costa, you have the most terrifying contender ever. You have an enormous man with ferocious power. Oh, that's it. Who's been able to smash everyone the UFC put in front of him. You got a man who walks down Yoel Romero. Oh! He clipped him!
He's hurt. You almost would be scary. Paulo Costa went at him as if there was no threat.
Look at him, just constantly smothering. I mean, he's just all over Yoel.
After this fight, I want my chance to prove I am their champion.
Adesanya is nothing. He's very skinny. He's not born to fight. I think he's born to be dancer.
I think it's just something that's been infused through Hollywood, that you gotta be this Jack Rambo to be a fighter and be a tough guy. And it's like, nah, I don't need power. Everyone has power. I have precision.
Get the bonus checks ready. Oh, another knockdown! Israel Adesanya!
He's fought pretty much human punching bags his whole career. He's never fought a guy who is as technically sound as I am. He's a bitch. He's my bitch, and I want to make him my bitch.
Oh!
There's no one like me, like no one.
His striking IQ is off the charts. That's it. That's the last style bender, folks.
Adesanya is afraid. He just run, I will destroy him.
Trust me, I'm going to have fun with him. He's going to swing at me, hit fresh air, then hit the floor.
I will hit him so badly. He will cry inside the cage.
I'll pick him apart. I go near your issue, bro.
I'll see you soon, boy.
So it all comes down to this for the Brazilian bomber, Paulo Costa. as a human being, gracious, kind, thoughtful, humble. It certainly counters the imposing nature of his fighting style. But Paul, we've gotten to know this guy. He doesn't care about money, doesn't really care about fame. He is hell-bent on realizing a UFC championship, and he has left no stone unturned in his desire to get the job done here tonight.
Yeah, and this guy has been an athlete since he was a little boy, lifting weights. You know, it's just something he's been obsessed with, and then he found fighting and jiu-jitsu through family, and now he's got his opportunity that he's been waiting for. And he hasn't had that many UFC fights to get here, but it's in the fashion that he has performed and finished those fights that has placed him in this position tonight to be facing Israel Adesanya, the champion. He goes out there and he goes for broke trying to finish fights. And even in that Yoel Romero fight, even though he didn't get that done, that was for sure his intention, obviously, the entire fight, moving forward against one of the scariest guys in middleweight history.
Certainly his coaches and his teammates will talk about the ability, but they will also tell you that what sets him apart is the mentality, the work ethic, the desire to be an all-time great. Now, as far as things go stylistically tonight, you know he wants to try to close the distance, cut angles on Israel Adesanya, but he also mentioned the word patience. That has not been a staple of his UFC career to this point in time, but he is acutely aware of the challenge in front of him, and perhaps we see a varied approach here early on.
Yeah, and I think that's because of that Romero fight, right? And a lot of people and all of the critics out there are judging his cardio because of that, but it was because of the nature of how he fought. Now, he knows he's got a championship 5-round fight here tonight, so I do think we're going to see a little more patience. I don't think that means it's going to be boring. I think he's still going to be aggressive, but he is going to have to pick his shots and pick his moments, because if he just goes out there and goes for broke in the first 5 minutes, there's a long night ahead of him with somebody as composed as Israel Adesanya.
When he was preparing for Yoel Romero last August, he went through 20 sparring partners. A lot of people suggested Yoel was too much too soon. At that time, he was just 4-0 in the UFC. There have been some injuries. He had a bicep surgery on his left arm. That was injured twice, and anybody who's had that surgery knows it's not all that easy to come back from. Paulo Costa getting his first UFC title shot tonight on Fight Island. Cool as a cucumber. Here is the Nigerian-born, New Zealand-raised Israel Adesanya, 8-0 in the UFC. Made his debut back in 2018. Stopped Derek Brunson later that year to cap a 4-0 first year on the roster, and then it was off to the races for the now undisputed UFC middleweight champion, Israel Adesanya.
Yeah, one of the things I absolutely love about Adesanya is how busy he likes to keep himself, right? He likes to go from one fight to the next. Even as a champion, he likes to stay active. He wants to fight the best guys, and that you cannot deny him, right? He wants the challenges that other people may have tried to avoid, the Romeros, the Costas of this division. He's not picking and choosing his opponents. He wants them. If Dana says, hey, this is who you're fighting, okay, let's go. Is that what people want? That's what I want. He believes in his skill sets, he believes in his training, he believes in his coaches, and he's proven it time and time again that he's got it. I mean, this guy's special from his movement and his diversity of striking, whether it be his Muay Thai style, his elusiveness, his wrestling defense that he's proven time and time again inside of the octagon. I mean, he's got it all.
And we could go on all day about this cat, right? The creativity, how open his mind is to learning new things. His alignment with Eugene Behrman has certainly produced something special. The cardio, he's often fond of saying, I don't get tired. If you doubt the heart or toughness, go watch the Kelvin Gastelum fight at UFC 236. It has been an incredible rise to UFC superstardom for Israel Adesanya. In terms of the entrance, he told us the big stadium crowd in Melbourne sort of necessitated something epic. far more subdued here tonight. And although he has said this is a different kind of bull in a matador-bull equation in Paulo Costa, he believes that he has all the tools to get it done and successfully defend this undisputed title for a second time. With that, the tail of the tape is sponsored by Howlerhead. Israel Adesanya is 31 years old. Paulo Costa is 29. Adesanya is 3 inches taller. He will have an 8-inch reach advantage. All right, now for the main event introductions, here is Bruce Buffer.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is the main event of the evening. Our 3 judges scoring this contest at Octagon side are Mike Bell, Dave Chiarelli, and Clemens Werner. And when the action begins, our referee in charge of the Octagon, Jason Herzog. This championship bout is sponsored by P3, the official protein snack of the UFC. Presented by The Boys. Watch the diabolical new season only on Amazon Prime Video. And now, for those in attendance and UFC fans watching around the world, this is the moment you've all been waiting for. Live from UFC Fight Island in Abu Dhabi.
I get nervous like I'm gonna fight.
It's time! 5 rounds for the undisputed UFC middleweight championship of the world. Introducing first, fighting out of the blue corner, an undefeated mixed martial artist holding a perfect professional record. 13 wins, no losses. He stands 61 inches tall, weighing in at 185 pounds. Fighting out of Costa, Minas Gerais, Brazil, presenting the number 2 ranked middleweight contender in the world, the challenger, Paulo the Eraser Costa! And now introducing the champion, fighting out of the red corner, an undefeated mixed martial artist holding a perfect professional record, 19 wins, no losses. He stands 6 feet 4 inches tall, weighing in at 184 pounds. Fighting out of Auckland, New Zealand, by way of Lagos, Nigeria, presenting the reigning, defending, undisputed UFC middleweight champion of the world, Israel, the last style bender, Adesanya!
Fighters gone over the rules in the back. There were no final questions from you, Blue. There were no final questions from you, Red. If you want to touch gloves, do it now. Come out ready to fight.
If there is anything like the tension of a UFC championship main event in professional sports, I will take your nominations. And this one in particular, the consensus greatest 2 middleweights in the world at present, Paulo Costa and Israel Adesanya. Costa closing in the plus 155 range. Israel Adesanya, the champion and the favorite, around minus 175. Paulo Costa is in gray. Israel Adesanya is in the black and gold, befitting a champion.
Ooh, strong leg kick from Izzy to start. Costa waves him on.
Both men just so comfortable in a fight. Some early leg attacks for Israel Adesanya.
Yeah, and that's what Izzy's going to do. He's going to be smart, and he's going to try to let Costa fall on his own sword and rush in, and then he'll look to counter with some of his strikes. But right now, he's smart. He'll kick from the outside. He'll attack that leg.
And it's interesting to hear Adesanya's teammates and coaches talk about how much better he's getting in terms of his strikes and putting some power behind them. You know about the kickboxing credentials, and now 19-0 in his mixed martial arts career. Costa attacks that lead leg of Adesanya. Adesanya pretty effective with those early low leg kicks. About a minute gone by here in round one. Nice body kick lands for the Brazilian. Looked like that was close to the solar plexus there. Beautiful body kick from Costa.
And I've said that in the lead. Costa's got underrated kicks. He throws them, but is he doing a really good job of already chopping that lead leg of Paulo Costa?
And Costa acknowledged that latest offering from Adesanya. You think about checking some of those, Paul?
Yeah, I would. I wouldn't even want to check it. I just wouldn't want to be there. Because you see, he's precise with it. He's hitting that same exact spot, right on the knee, every time.
Adesanya putting money in the bank early. You already see the redness. Body kick from Costa and a counter right from Adesanya. Looked like Costa was able to avoid that switch kick offering from Adesanya. Adesanya super efficient here early on. Not at all surprised to see these two combatants jawing back and forth. Costa going hands behind his back earlier than I expected.
Not to be recommended, but you know. That left kick is sneaky there from Costa. And this is the patience I think we're talking about, John, from Costa. He's not rushing in because he knows he's so good at countering, sitting back and waiting for you to rush in.
Under 2 minutes here to go in this round. In Adesanya's last defense against Yoel Romero, he was surprised to see Romero sort of flat-footed standing there, not doing much. Already 9 leg kicks have landed for the incumbent.
You might have checked that last one, but those other ones are getting through. They're doing damage. Even if Costa's playing it off, it does not mean they're not affecting him.
Costa closes the distance quickly there, appeared to partially land. And again, Adesanya putting in good work on that lead leg of Costa.
You see all the cupping on Costa's legs and already going after them. He's not an idiot. If he sees a weakness, he's going to come after it. And that's the safest bet right now, especially early in the first round when Costa's fresh. Chip at the legs, wear him down. Oh, brilliant.
Adesanya in an outstanding striking flow early, moving brilliantly. First clinch situation doesn't last very long.
Man, Izzy looking really sharp here. Landing those leg kicks, sitting back.
Just 7 total strike attempts now, 8 for Paulo Costa.
Yeah, not his norm. You're normally very busy with his strikes.
But this does dovetail with what he said to us in our fighter meeting. No need to be anxious or fast early. 5 minutes down, round 1 for the champion.
Round right there.
All right, let's take a look here. This was the story of that first round. Big leg kicks there from Adesanya. And, you know, stomping to the front leg, then going to the roundhouse, right on the knee, on the calf. He's really attacking the vulnerable parts there. There's a body kick from Costa that kind of bounced off the hip. That one lands. Izzy catches it, looks to counter. Good job from Costa, pushing off and staying safe there.
That's what I need. It's perfect. Trust in your combos. When you get to the fence, don't let him come and go.
Respira, respira, respira. Sai muito cedo, Badu.
All right, here we go, round 2. The Paulo Costa corner appeared to like the way he approached those 5 minutes. Adesanya, 22 of 37 unofficially on his significant strikes in round one. Here we go, round two.
Starting to really get red on that leg, that lead leg of Paulo Costa. Just, oh, look at the bruising too.
And that last one's not going to help matters. You wonder.
Yeah, it's like you can see each impact, where it was landing and which ones, like lower shin, mid shin, knee, of where Israel is landing each one of those kicks.
Can't get close.
Adesanya appeared an inch away from landing that head kick. Costa did not necessarily think so.
The poker face strong from Paulo Costa, but he's not landing anything yet. He's got to close this distance. He's got to let his hands go. There's a nice leg kick. There's another one. But no boxing so far, really, from Paulo. Yeah, and look at that leg. And he's attacked the inside quite a few times now as well, really mixing it up. And for Israel, he could do that all day. He could sit out here all day and attack those legs.
Head kick appeared to partially land. The gamesmanship continues from Paulo Costa. 90 seconds gone by round two.
Like Silva with
Costa's still moving pretty well, but do not want to eat too many more of those. Gotta think they were expectant that Izzy was going to attack in that way.
I mean, 20 leg kicks. Look at that. 20 leg kicks landed from Israel Adesanya. And of course, yeah, of course it was expected. But at some point, you've got to try to address it. You've got to go for it, right? And I'm not saying that's easy to do, especially when you're facing such a diverse striker in Israel Adesanya. But at some point, there's a beautiful body kick. There's another one. Oh, left hand switch stance there from Adesanya. He's just so smooth, not even open his mouth to breathe at all here. Almost midway through the second round, looking fantastic.
Yep, fighting a near perfect fight, and right after the main event, don't miss a recap of all the action on the UFC Fight Night, or 253 post-show, I should say. It's on ESPN+. Paul Megan, Angela Hill, Brendan Fitzgerald break it all down right after the main event. It's only on ESPN+.
Oh my God. High left kick by Izzy.
That one certainly appeared to land, but Costa was able to eat it.
Yeah, this is not looking good for Paulo Costa. He's getting picked apart here in this fight.
And it looked like that head kick opened up a cut in and around that right eyebrow of Costa, who eats a jab there from Adesanya, who is firing on all cylinders tonight.
Now, gamemanship is slowing down a bit, John.
You are right about that. Under 2 minutes here in round two. And now Adesanya attacks the inside of that right leg.
That leg is trash. Absolute trash.
What happened?
Costa's got to commit, John, if he wants to stay in this fight. Because Izzy will do this from the outside for the rest of this fight if he has to, if he doesn't catch him in the meantime. But now, since he's been attacking the legs so much, Izzy can afford himself now to take risks and start going upstairs, because now he's got Costa's attention so much. And then he's out. And then he's out. And then he's going to go to the leg again. Knockdown for Adesanya! Costa trying to recover!
Oh my God, Paulo Costa got knocked out by Adesanya.
Too easy. Too easy. He's too good. Wow. I mean, you look at Paulo.
I know you're mad. Cut to the camera. I know you're mad. But hey, Lagos City, Mr. Aladiji, Eminele, and Miami, Kilo Chalet, nothing carry last.
He has left Anderson Silva, Kelvin Gastelum, Robert Whitaker, Yoel Romero, and now Paulo Costa in his wake. He wants to fight all of the most imposing figures. That meant Paulo Costa, and man, did he dispose of that top contender properly tonight.
I mean, with ease, John. with ease. He made that look easy, the leg kicks. And then what did I say? I said he's gonna start chewing those legs apart, and he's gonna find his opportunity to go back upstairs, lands those head kicks, lands those punches, and then when he has you hurt, man, the elbows from the top, raining down strikes, and just beautiful work.
All right, this fight replay is brought to you by GovX. If you have a military or first responder background, get ultimate deals on the gear you love at govx.com.
Well, let's take a look. This is just beautiful work here. Oh, right off the dome. I don't know how Costa ate that one.
High left.
Split him open, though. And at this point, his legs are gone. I mean, he was trying to put on a good poker face, but his legs were trashed by Israel Adesanya. Here, look at that slip. Boom, there's that slide back left hand right off the temple, drops him, and Israel goes in for the kill, starts smashing him with hammer fist. Very similar to the finish against Robert Whittaker here in the way that they end up in this awkward position, ends up getting mount though, and you see how badly he wants to land those elbows with all the trash talk, all the smack talk that's been happening. Let's take a look at the corners. Eugene, his team losing their minds on that. Congratulations, Israel Adesanya. You look fantastic tonight, brother.
80%. They don't give a fuck about 30. Right. They'll take that cup just to get up next. Right. 80%. No, I bet you. These motherfuckers had 90 minutes to finish making their way.
Adesanya is still upset about Shane Young, his teammate's opponent, go to decline and miss weight by 4 pounds and ended up getting a win. And an emphatic one at that. Now look at the post-fight stats brought to you by DraftKings. Download the DraftKings app for free. To get in on all the fight action, use code UFC when you sign up. DraftKings, you can bet on it.
Wow.
So you are looking at the longest winning streaks in UFC middleweight history. Anderson Silva entrenched there with 13, but Adesanya moving into a tie with Chris Weidman at 9. And looks like a pretty good bet to make it double digits in his next fight.
Hey, stay salty, babe.
The official decision is brought to you by Guaranteed Rate. You could save massive money on your mortgage with the incredibly low rates from Guaranteed Rate. Act now by visiting rate.com. One final time tonight, here is Bruce Buffer.
Ladies and gentlemen, referee Jason Herzog has called a stop to this contest at 3 minutes, 59 seconds of the second round. Declaring the winner by TKO and still the undisputed UFC middleweight champion of the world, Israel, the last style bender, Adesanya!
Fastest man in the world, baby. Because I run so fast, I run shit into your face.
All right, here he is, the undisputed UFC middleweight champion, the last style better, Israel Adesanya, with the entire world watching. You turned in a near-perfect performance here tonight. It seems like everything you said during fight week bared fruit here tonight. Congratulations.
I've been telling you guys, man, but everyone thinks, hey, like Roy Jones said, I said, y'all must have forgot. Y'all must have forgot because of what happened last time. You thought, oh, he's so boring, blah, 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 blah. And I see you media people as well with your little clickbait headlines, but trust me, I had to make y'all remember, and I had to remind the world why we the best.
There were a lot of champions who wouldn't have asked for Yoel Romero. They wouldn't have asked for Paulo Costa. I know you want to fight the most dangerous guys, but you believe there was a major skill discrepancy here tonight. Your thoughts on the fight?
I've been telling y'all, man, honestly, and also I got to say, I told Dana, 30% is not enough. Fuck that. Some of these guys are gangsters. They're making money outside the UFC. 30% ain't shit to them. So they'll give up that to not make the weight and have 90 minutes to keep on making the weight. And they just, oh, fuck it. Drink their waters and whatnot. 30% is not enough. Make it 90%. And that way, I guarantee you, they'll spend every of those seconds in that 90 minutes trying to make the weight and not just bitch out.
You haven't had a lot of time off. You are 20-0 as a mixed martial arts athlete, a perfect 9-0 in the UFC. As you spin this thing forward, get in here, Gito.
My God, I don't care. I just want him here. Yeah, carry on.
As you spin this thing forward and you look ahead in this middleweight division that you are starting to clean out, your thoughts on what lies ahead?
I told you guys, Anderson Silva lived a great legacy, and I said I wanted to do service to the middleweight division, and that's a hard act to follow, but we're doing the work, right, Huge? 100%. So I already DM'd Jared Cannonier. He's a hell of a dude. I love his energy. He's a beautiful, beautiful man. And I said, you destroy Robert Whittaker and you're next. He's the one I want to fight next. Right, Huge? He deserves it. If he beats Robert Whittaker handedly and dominates him, he's next.
The world once again witnesses your greatness here tonight. Any final words, champ, before we let you fly?
Hey, Shout out to the best team in the world, City Kickboxing, Andre Paulette, Eugene, Tristan. Can you hear my mans in the back? Brad Riddell, Kai Carfran, Shane Young, Bo, Carlos Alberg, Blood Diamond, Shed Juan, Wagwan. Honestly, man, I love you all. Everyone watching at home, I love you all. Hey, shout out to the puppy. Mwah.
You are looking at the undisputed greatest middleweight in the world at present. The champion remains Israel Adesanya.
Bruh.
And that post-fight interview was brought to you by EA Sports UFC 4. Shape your legend in EA Sports UFC 4. Available now on Xbox One and PS4. Interesting from the Israel Adesanya there once. Jared Cannonier next. And I like that, but like he said, he's got to get through Robert Whittaker. Here's the head kick that kind of started it all for me. Split Paulo Costa off, but really, let's be honest, it was all these leg kicks from Adesanya, just damaging that lead leg. So smooth with his boxing. Look at that slip. Boom. Just glances off the side of Paulo Costa's head, and then the finish on top here with the ground and pound. I mean, what's there to say? The guy is as legit as you can get.
Well, and if there are some out there in the MMA world that still want to deny this man and question his greatness, he is putting himself in some pretty elite company with what he is doing. And just go look at the victims list. Israel Adesanya remains the class of the 185-pounders.
Hey, you hold this, hold it down. You know me, cleanest athlete in the game.
Going this way, Israel?
Let me go see the boys real quick. Follow us.
UFC 253, Adesanya versus Costa, has been brought to you by O2 Industries.
There you have it, folks.
Proud to fight alongside the UFC. Visit ProtectTheFighter.com. By EA Sports UFC 4, available now on Xbox One and PS4. Play as the UFC's biggest stars or start shaping your own UFC legend. And by P3, the official protein snack of UFC.
It's something to admire. We have a new Silva. Seems going to be around for a long time. That's good. Thank you, folks, for the likes and for the dislikes. I'm not sure what I did to get a dislike, but hey, can't please everybody out there, can you? Now, I am
coronavirus clearly
this with
Charlos.
Behind the numbers. When you look at the tail of the tape, Ray, it's virtually even other than the age of both Rosario and Charlo. Rosario being the younger at 25 years old, while Charlo stands at 30 years old. Experience probably favors Charlo a little bit, but again, pretty even.
Can't complain.
And let's, as you see the rules, no 3 knockdown rule, no standing hand count, cannot be saved by the bell in any round. Only the referee can stop the fight. Fight is official after 4 rounds have been completed. Before the end of the 4th round, if it's an accidental foul, no decision after the 4th. They go to the scorecard. So, our second main event, will Jermell Charlo go 2-0 with his brother Jermall, or will Jason Rosario become the new unified super welterweight champion? Here's Jimmy Lennon Jr.
Ladies and gentlemen, from the Mohegan Sun Arena here in Uncasville, Connecticut, Premier Boxing Champions presents our second featured bout of the evening, brought to you by Lions Only Promotions, TGB Promotions, Samson Boxing, and Showtime. Sponsored by Proper Number 12 Irish Whiskey, the finest, the tastiest, the smoothest liquid gold in the world. This bout is sanctioned by the WBA, the President Gilberto Jesus Mendoza, the WBC, President Mauricio Suleiman, Supervisor Michael George, and the IBF, the President Daryl Peoples. Along with the Mohegan Tribe Department of Athletic Regulations, the chairman of the tribe is James Gessner, the director is Michael Mazzulli. Introducing our 3 judges scoring from ringside. From Avon, Connecticut, Glenn Feldman. From Flushing, New York, John McKay. And from Rivervale, New Jersey, Steve Weisfeld. We introduce our 3rd man to the ring, the referee in charge, who will be giving instructions after the introductions, Harvey Dock. All right, fans, here we go with the main event of the evening, 12 rounds of boxing for the unified 154-pound championship of the world. And now, ladies and gentlemen, boxing fans joining us around the world, live from the Mohegan Sun Arena, It's showtime! Introducing to you first on my left, he is fighting out of the red corner, entering the ring wearing white trunks with red trim, and hailing from Santo Domingo in the Dominican Republic. He weighed in at 153.5 pounds. His record stands at 20 wins, 1 loss, and 1 draw, with 14 wins coming by way of knockout. Tonight, making the first defense of his newly earned crown, here is the outstanding and reigning WBA and IBF 154-pound champion of the world, introducing Jason "Banana" Rosario. And his opponent across the ring, fighting out of the blue corner. Wearing multicolored blue, green, and gold trunks, he is fighting out of and representing his home of Houston, Texas. His weight, 153.75 pounds. Having avenged his only loss, his overall record stands at 33 wins, 1 loss, with 17 wins coming by way of knockout. Tonight, in his 7th world title appearance, here is one of the sensational boxing twin world champions, the 2-time and current reigning and defending WBC super welterweight champion of the world, introducing Jermell, Iron Man Charlo. And once again, our third man to the ring, the referee now to give instructions, Harvey Duck.
Okay, guys, we went over the instructions earlier. As a reminder, obey my commands at all times, protect yourself at all times. Obedeceme todo el tiempo. Toco los guantes. Buena suerte. Good luck.
Our second main event of the evening, Jermell Charlo and Jason Rosario. Just the second time in history in this division that the winner will take home 3 world titles. Will it be Jermell Charlo from Houston, Texas, or will it be Jason Rosario from the Dominican Republic? Referee in charge, Harvey Duck. Super welterweight supremacy on the line. We are underway. Both men have knockout percentages of over 50%. Charlo at 50%, Rosario at just over 60%.
ESPN.com and The Ring both rank Jermell and Rosario 1 and 2. So for all the boxing haters out there that the best don't fight the best, well, the best are fighting the best right now.
This is absolutely the 2 best going at it here tonight. Rosario looks extremely big again. My goodness. I wonder what he walked in.
Well, we say he changed his strength and conditioning coach in his last fight with Julian Williams. We saw great results. I mean, just even, yes, he looked fantastic in that fight, but physically, just looking at him, he looked, oh my
goodness. There's a left, there's a right, and there is, that's a knockdown for Charlo. My goodness.
6, 7, 8.
Charlo has put down Rosario. Thought it was a tangling up of feet, but no, it was a knockdown. Oh my goodness, Charlo has gotten to Rosario early.
Rosario's got to be careful. He was knocked down 3 times against Nathaniel Gallimore, and he was stunned. Even though he dominated Julian Williams' fight, he was stunned 1 time in that fight as well.
Let's not forget also, Jermell Charlo knocked out Erickson Lubin in impressive fashion 3 years ago at Barclays Center in October of 2017. So Jermell Charlo knows what it's like to turn out adversaries' lights early. A left hook for the champion.
You saw Jermell, he's throwing with some conviction.
He's sitting down in his punches. He's throwing with venomous intentions, make no mistake about it. Stiff jab by Charlo. I think Rosario, though, has gathered himself.
Yeah, he appears, I think it was one of those, exactly, very surprising, caught off guard. Certainly did connect, but I don't think Rosario was expecting the fight to amp up that quickly here in round 1. I thought maybe he thought it was going to be more of a feeling out process in this first round.
Well, from our broadcast position, I thought it could have been a tangling up in feet and everything else, but we'll go back, and Harvey Dock saw it, so I completely concur with him, and I will further that point. A nice left hook by Charlo. But Rosario has faced adversity over the course of his career. Final moments of the first round. A knockdown for Charlo, but a right to the body by Rosario. That ends the first.
Credit to Rosario for maintaining his composure after the knockdown. That was...
See, I don't know, though.
It was certainly a punch, but I think I don't know if he would have been knocked down. It looked like his leg.
Oh, there was a shot on the temple. Okay, that's what it was.
Yep.
That's what it was. The feet did get tangled up a little bit, but that was well after that shot on the top of the head. Proper call by Harvey Dock. Again, taking a look at it. We zero in, boom. Okay, it's that shot on the top of the head.
That kind of threw off the balance.
Threw off the balance, and then what I got confused about is Charlo went forward, and I thought that the feet, well, you know what, that was a clear knockdown.
Yeah, and you didn't see any argument from Rosario.
No,
he wasn't arguing with Harvey Dock that wasn't a knockdown. Usually fighters, if that was a true slip, you'll see them argue with the ref.
Exactly. I agree with the knockdown at the beginning, but just watching it on replay, I wanted to see what punch it was. It was a grazing shot, but it landed on the top of the head of Rosario, and it short-circuited him. When you hit someone on the top of the temple, a few seconds later, it'll take away your legs. It takes a little bit of time for your brain to process that you've been hit on the top of your head.
It's a good jab by Charlo.
Charlo ripping to the body of Rosario. Nice left hook by Charlo. He looks so sharp and fast.
He's just ready to explode, and every punch he's throwing, like I said, it's with, you know, violence on his mind.
Yeah, absolutely.
And right now, if you're Rosario, this is not the start you were looking for in this unification bout. That was a little bit of a more positive exchange for Rosario, going to the body of Charlo. And that's what they have to do. Derevyenchenco didn't do enough of that to Jermall. I think Rosario really needs to focus on the body to Jermell, because one thing about the Charlo twins is they have so much power, but one thing you can do is if you go to the body, and Tony Harrison did that against
the first fight.
Yep, in both fights, really. He was fighting a really nice fight in even their rematch.
And now Rosario coming forward. Charlo complaining about shots below the belt. Harvey Dock warning Rosario to keep his punches up.
But even though you haven't been deducted, that gives Charlo something to think about. Continue to go there if you're Rosario.
Well, Rosario's ripping the body of Jermell Charlo here. But back comes Charlo. You know, Jermell Charlo's not going to be on the ropes for too long.
He's a guy that's nearly impossible to keep on the ropes.
Under a minute left here in the second round. Great job by our great camera crew and staff to give us that picture-perfect look of the knockdown in the first round. That left hook on the top of the head of Rosario that put him down.
Now we're starting to see Rosario go to work. This is what we were seeing against Julian Williams. Kind of uses his body, digs into the body of Charlo, and then really pushes up against them and throws a couple of combinations before he dips away.
Shots that were blocked by Charlo to Rosario. Final moments of the second. A left hook to the body. The lone world titleist from the Dominican Republic targeting the body of Jermell Charlo as the second ends here in this super welterweight unification matchup. Listen into the corner of Jermell Charlo with Derek James as his trainer. There is Jermall Charlo. Here is Jermall. That was his, he was watching intently.
Seconds out!
Round 3, this one is scheduled for 12 between Jermell Charlo, the WBC Super Welterweight Champion, and the IBF and WBA Super Welterweight Champion, Jason Rosario. Well, Rosario recovered nicely after that knockdown in the first round. He showed a very good account of himself in the second.
Yeah, he certainly did. And he's got to continue to keep that pressure on, dig into the body of Jermell. And there you see Rosario walking Jermell down.
Step back, step back.
And he continues to come forward.
He has heavy hands. And when he lands, they're thudding shots from Rosario. Charlo popping Rosario with the jab.
And if you're Charlo, you got to do more of that. You got to pop the jab a little bit more. That's one of the differences between Jermell and Jermall. Jermall really uses his jab well. Jermell could use it more.
I think Jermell's going to need to use it more if he's successful against Jason Rosario. Now he ties up as a minute 10 has come off the clock here in the third. Good jab by Jermell Charlo, but a high guard by Rosario. Charlo has been 10 rounds or more 10 times in his career, just 3 times for Rosario. There's a left hook that missed by Charlo.
Another stiff jab from Charlo, and then Rosario again backs Charlo up against the ropes. Charlo smartly ties him up.
Keep him up, 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 keep him up.
RV Doc warning Jason Rosario second time to keep the punches up.
And if you're Rosario, you just continue to keep fighting your fight. I mean, you got to still continue to dig into the body. Shouldn't let those instructions phase him. It's not like he's intentionally going down low to Charlo.
He's got to also just keep focused. And now Charlo threw a couple of punches, all blocked by Rosario. Rosario stalking Jermell Charlo, but now Charlo trying to come back in the center of the ring, gets out of the way of those big shots from Rosario. Rosario's waiting for his moment to try to unload.
And I'm sure this is something that Jermell's not used to, a guy walking him down, coming forward. A lot of fighters do not fight Jermell this way.
No, they don't. They don't come forward against him at all. I think Erickson Lubin tried to do it. It didn't serve him well.
No.
Final moments of the third.
Taking a look at some of the highlights of that round, you see Rosario has Charlo up against the ropes and just continuing throwing from different angles, able to get through the defense. Didn't see much when Charlo was complaining about the low blow. I think he was just more frustrated. That was a little bit below the belt. Nonetheless, though, I mean, again, anything you can do to frustrate Jermell, I mean, it's a win. As long as you're not getting a point deducted.
Thank you, William.
Derek James telling Jermell Charlo wants him to go to the body. He actually asked Derek James, you know, in terms of making adjustments. He said, I make adjustments based on not the round that we just saw, on the previous round before that, because I start to see tendencies in the opponent.
That's the sign of a really good trainer. They're just thinking one step ahead.
Brilliant. I mean, look what they were able to do to Tony Harrison back on December 21st when Charlo reclaimed the WBC Super Welterweight Championship.
Rosario's doing a nice job at blocking a lot of these punches from Charlo. Don't know how long that will last because obviously Charlo, he just throws with a rage. Rosario certainly has to tread lightly.
There's a right hand that got through the guard by Charlo, but Rosario has gotten better as a fundamental boxer. His defense has gotten infinitely better, even from January's fight with Julian Williams.
It certainly has, and like I said in the preview to this fight, so many fighters come into this fight with almost a sense of fear against the Charlos and Jermell in particular. We really didn't see that with Tony Harrison, which is why he was able to win that controversial bout against Jermell. And
December
he was
2018.
Yeah, and then even in the rematch, I mean, he was fighting a really nice fight. He was losing on the scorecards, but not by much at all until he was knocked down.
Halfway mark of the fourth.
And Rosario, I mean, look, from where he was brought up, where he came from, there's certainly no fear in him.
Well, no doubt about it, and it's serving him well. You would think that after getting knocked down in the first round, there would be doubt in the mind of Rosario. It has been the complete antithesis. There's a left hook to the body by Rosario.
Good jab from Rosario.
I think Charlo is wondering, like, man, oh man, I can't keep this guy off of me.
No, he's stalking
he knows he's in for not the easiest night at the office. A left hook upstairs that connected by Charlo, but back comes Rosario. He's just so big and massive, is Rosario.
And again,
left hook to the body by Rosario.
And Rosario, when he gets him, he's going straight to the body. He's not going upstairs. He's digging right into the body, which is, I think, a beautiful game plan from his corner and his trainer to focus on the body, because you take away that power.
I asked Samson Lukowicz, his promoter, what his prediction was. He said, I could see it going the full 12, but I can also see Rosario finishing off Charlo late in the fight. He goes, but it will be late. And that's the end of the round.
And that's a sign of we're focusing on the body. We know and understand that body shots will eventually, it takes down the line in the fight for it to wear on a fighter.
Seconds out. Out.
Round 5, this one is scheduled for 12 between Jermell Charlo and Jason Rosario. Super welterweight unification up for grabs. Just the second time in history that this has happened where the winner will take home 3 world titles. Double jab by Jason Rosario. Derek James telling Charlo he wants to see more jabs.
And Rosario just continuing to walk Jermell down. And there's another really nice jab from Rosario. Charlo tried to answer.
Wait. I got it.
Again, recorded a major upset.
Good left hook by both.
It almost seems
Charlo
like
went to southpaw for a brief moment.
Yep. It almost seems like Rosario is just unfazed by Charlo right now.
Stop. Listen to me. Stop on the break.
A minute has come off the clock here in the 5th. There's a left hook to the body by Rosario.
Rosario staying busy with that jab.
Now Harvey Doc warning about holding and pushing the head
There's
down.
Rosario.
Rosario's like, get out of my way. I want to fight. Let's go.
And we've seen that with some great fighters. That can be mentally draining.
Yes.
When a guy is just in your face nonstop. We saw that, how mentally draining it was for Canelo when he fought Triple G both times.
Absolutely.
And then we saw it with Triple G when he fought Derevyenchenko as well.
When a guy's coming forward and not really responding too well or not giving you any signs that he's being hurt by your punches, that could mentally fatigue you. But again, Charlo has got to think, I knocked this guy down once before. I can do the exact same. Good jab followed by a right hand. There you go. Exactly that point. He came forward. He got tagged with the right hand. Did Jason Rosario.
And you were right, Ray. I mean, you cannot be careless and make a mistake against Jermell.
He will make you pay at the drop of a dime, and that's exactly what nearly happened. But man, Rosario's got a very good chin, because typically that right hand could decapitate most.
And who knows, maybe that first knockdown was the knockdown that just woke him up and really
got him alive in the fight.
Exactly, got the adrenaline going, if the adrenaline wasn't already going.
Final 10 seconds of the 5th round. This is a very compelling, high-level unification matchup between Jermell Charlo and Jason Rosario. We're heading towards the 6th. Let's take a look at some of the action from the 5th.
Right there was a beautiful left jab. And then Rosario, again, doesn't stop there. Followed it up with an uppercut that was partially blocked. And then right here, there's Rosario just trying to dig into the body any chance he gets. Again, those aren't really big, powerful shots, but they add up.
Boom, there's a big right hand that nearly ended the night of Jason Rosario, but he took it well. One thing about Jermell Charlo, he's only averaging 37 punches per round. I wonder if he's going to try to increase that output.
Well, I think in a fight like this, of this magnitude against a guy like Rosario, you're going to have to do it.
And listen, the one thing about Jason Rosario, or about Charlo, is that he is facing the absolute best Jason Rosario. He looks in tip-top physical shape, and everything seems to be coming together for Rosario when it comes to his preparation for this fight against Charlo. These are the best fighting the best.
And there you go. Really nice defense from Rosario, as he's partially blocking Jermell's shots. And again, continuing to walk him down. Will Rosario be able to keep this approach up for the rest of the fight? I don't know.
Overhand right by Charlo moments ago.
But so far, so good for Rosario after that dangerous first round that he suffered.
Rosario moving forward. We'll see how Charlo responds, backpedaling. Well, could this be a deduction of point?
I know, I got you.
Shot below the belt.
One more time, that's going to be a point.
Oh, man.
Right? Keep him up.
Harvey Doc warning Rosario one more time, and that'll be a deduction and a point. That could be massive.
And if you're, especially after a knockdown, a 10-8 round already in the bank for Charlo, you cannot afford to give away a point.
We're coming up on 50% of the way done here in the 6th. Double left hook by Rosario. Charlo looking for his opening, left hook that misses, but he is just stalking Charlo, is Rosario. There's a right that connected, both in close quarters. Charlo wisely does not want to get in that quote-unquote firefight with the Dominican Republic world champion.
Sometimes in those exchanges, Ray, it's one of those you better bite down on your mouthpiece because you don't know where the bombs are going to be coming from and landing. True. And that's what that exchange was right there. And Charlo was like, oh, no, thank you.
Under 30 seconds left in the sixth.
What's up? Keep him up. Keep him up. Keep him up.
Harvey Dock telling him to keep the punches up. I don't like how he almost got in the way, and then they were a little bit caught off guard. Do we punch? Do we not? They just said, well, let's just throw anyway.
Rosario's just non-stop right there.
Left hook, followed by a right. Rosario goes down for the second time in the fight.
3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Time!
For the second time in the fight, Jason Rosario is down, and he's in deep trouble. That affected him.
That was a bigger knockdown than the first one, Ray. The first one was more of a shock knockdown, and he was able to compose himself. This one, I think, may have lasting effects for the rest of the fight.
Listen to me. I was caught off guard. That's why I thought it was. I failed to realize it was such a long time ago that Charlo got the first knockdown. There's that left hook, then that right, boom, and that put him down. Did Rosario for the second time in the fight.
And you saw the legs buckle, and that's one of the dangers of, when you walk down a guy like Jermell Charlo, you open yourself up to these moments.
And here you go. Boom, the left. That started the downfall, and then Charlo throws that right, bang.
And it didn't even really hit him hardly at all. I think it was more on the shoulder. I think he was just still thrown off from that first shot.
As we enter the 7th, well, that's another 10-8 round for Jermell Charlo. So, in theory, he has a sizable lead right now as we enter the second half of the fight.
And it still looks like Rosario, his legs are a little bit wobbly. And that's what I said at the beginning of the fight. I've never seen anyone walk down Jermell like Rosario's been doing. However, you have to fight so perfect and so clean to not allow those moments that where Jermell can use his power and explode on you. And that just like he did in the last round.
Well, for Charlo, that was a big knockdown. The second time that he's put Rosario on the deck. Can he make it a third time? Rosario got a little bit careless. And when you keep walking down someone with the pinpoint accuracy like Jermell Charlo, sometimes when you get too close to the fire, you're going to get burned. And that's what happened in the 6th round.
That's what makes Jermell so tough to fight.
Well, he's an underrated boxer in my opinion, but he has, especially in recent memory, the past 4 or 5 years, he has showcased his power, especially training under Derek James.
Yep.
Midway point of the 7th. The fight that stands out to me where we started to really see the power is back in May of 2016 when he finished off John David Jackson. Jermell was losing the fight on the scorecards on every round heading towards the 8th. And what did he do? He turned out John David Jackson's lights to become the world champion. There's an overhand right by Charlo.
So far, I would say this is a great round for Rosario just for the simple fact that he seems to slowly have gotten his balance back under him throughout this round.
He was in deep trouble going to the corner in between the 6th and the 7th. There's a right to the body by Jermell Charlo, but back comes Rosario.
And another thing that Jermell doesn't, and the Charlos in general don't get credit enough for, is their chin. You know, we always talk about their opponents and their chin and some of the shots they take. The Charlos take tremendous shots sometimes, and it really doesn't phase him. I don't think I've ever seen the Charlos in any real knockout danger.
Well, Jermell has only been down once in his career. That was a while ago against Charlie Edwards, but that was the only time he's been down in his professional career. We're on to the 8th. I think that round was just a confidence booster for Rosario, but Jermell is starting to pull away.
Yeah, that knockdown was a real turning point. Rosario was fighting a really nice fight, walking down Jermell. And then that knockdown changed everything, and then that allowed Jermell to stack up another round because Rosario was still working his way back into the fight in that 7th round.
Take a look at the last 5 fights for Jermell Charlo. You see the knockout over Tony Harrison, the 3rd round knockout over Jorge Cota, and dating back to October of 2017. With that 1st round knockout over Erickson Lubin.
There we go.
Headed towards round 8. This one's scheduled for 12, and down goes Rosario for the 3rd time in the fight.
Oh my goodness.
5, 6, 7, 8.
I think it might be over.
Yes.
And this one is over. And now the super welterweight champion of the world, Houston's very own Jermell Charlo, as he dispatches of Jason Rosario in grand fashion. That is how you close the show.
My goodness. That looked like just a stiff jab to the body.
21 seconds, you got it?
Rosario is still on the canvas, writhing in pain. The air came out of his lungs.
Something must have happened. Obviously the punch caused it, but I don't know, he may have broken a rib, or because
he dropped in a heap.
And he was in serious pain.
Agonizing pain.
And again, like when we saw, that wasn't even one of the toughest punches we've ever seen Jermell throw. It was just a straight jab
to the stomach
again.
And he's still wincing in pain. Oh my.
I think he's letting him know that it hurts to sit down. He needs to stand.
Derek, when you finish, can you put this on?
I don't think after this performance there is no doubt as to who the baddest man at 154 is, and it's Jermell Charlo. They both show a sign of respect.
I think Jermell, that was a sign of respect. Obviously, he was happy for the win, but it was, I think he was more surprised that no one's ever fought him that way. Just trying to walk him down, and really, usually it's Jermell dictating it.
Let's take a look at this replay from overhead. Yeah, it was a jab right to the abdomen.
Hey. Yep.
Yeah, it was a simple straight jab. It must have been in the right spot that caused that type of reaction. As we look,
see it again. Yeah, he might have broken some ribs. That was a jab.
Yeah, and you saw Rosario. He just tense up.
Help me put some belts around him or on him or something. And the shirt.
Because we saw Rosario take more flush shots than this one and not get knocked down by Charlo.
Put your shirt on first, and then we give him these belts.
What a performance.
That's one of the most unusual knockout shots, Ray, that I think I've ever seen.
I can't remember where I saw, and here's the reaction from Jermall, his brother. And the Charlo brothers go 2-0 on the night. Talk about Lions only.
talk about making the critics put some respect on your name. There was a lot of critics out there that were downplaying the talent of the Charlo twins. I think after tonight, those critics,
they're going to be hushed.
Exactly. They don't really have much to go off of it anymore.
And there is. And he's collecting his hardware, is Jermell Charlo. He's smiling from ear to ear. This is exactly what they dreamed about all camp long.
And now look at Jermell, all decked out. He's
iced out with all the gold.
He's got a lot of gold. He is, and we said the winner of this fight was going to be the man in the super welterweight division. He now gets the opportunity to really sit at the head of the table and really pick and choose who he wants to fight from here on out, because people got to chase him.
Oh, well, you know what? They are going to have a hard time dealing with him. And here's Jimmy Lennon Jr.
We have the time of 21 seconds of round number 8. Our referee in charge, Harvey Dock, reaches the count of 10. He is the winner by way of knockout. He is now the unified WBA, WBC, and IBF 154-pound champion of the world, Jermell Iron Man Charlo.
Jermell Charlo with the jab to the body, finishing off Jason Rosario in the 8th round. 3 knockdowns overall over the course of the fight. Miguel, he fought a very determined and in shape Jason Rosario, but he faced it and he delivered on his promise, did Jermell Charlo.
Oh, he certainly did. I mean, it was a tough fight for Jermell. Like I was saying, it was an approach that I don't think I've ever seen anyone take when fighting Jermell, and as far as walking him down. And really, I mean, Rosario, before the knockdown in the 6th, you could make a case that he might have been winning that fight. And then he was knocked down in the 6th, a little wobbly, and from that point on, Charlo really took over, and then that body shot, finishing it off, was just
it was
brutal.
A debilitating body shot. And it was perfect placement. Rosario was literally looking up at the lights, and you knew when Harvey Dock reached the count of 5 or 6 that it was over. They're visionaries. They thought about this moment, and lo and behold, they delivered. Both men with championship gold around their waist here tonight.
All right, people. Well, that's it for tonight.
Incredible performance by Jermell Charlo right there. Just absolutely devastating finish, as we've seen so many other of his previous fights end in devastating finishes.
Well, add another victim to the list. Here's what we saw tonight. John Riel Casimero defeating Duke Micah in the 3rd round by TKO to retain his bantamweight championship. Brandon Figueroa retains his title by a 10th round demolition over Damian Vasquez. Jermall Charlo retained his WBC middleweight championship in a hard-fought win over Sergey Derevyenchenko. His most impressive performance at middleweight for Charlo. Then the second half of our card, Daniel Roman with the unanimous decision victory over Juan Carlos Payano to become now the mandatory in the WBC. Then in the WBC Super Bantamweight Championship matchup, the vacant title, Luis Neri victorious over Aaron Alameda, and Jermell Charlo stops Jason Rosario in the 8th round with a vicious jab to the body.